If fatigue's starting to catch it from this red eye. Happy New Year, everybody. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. What's up, Kobe? Austin, what's going on? Andy, what's up? What's up? I'm in a good mood, as y'all can tell. I'm in a good mood. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, everybody. Happy New Year. I'm excited to be here. Wow. I'm excited. For those of y'all who are new, my name is Dr. Kojo. I'm streaming live from Los Angeles, California. We're still in 2023, so it's not a new year yet for us here in California. But on the East Coast is a new year. I'm so excited to be live streaming with you all. We will be streaming for 4 hours today. 4 hours. 4 hours. So if there was ever a time to be manic, it's tonight. We're going to be up having fun and just talking about what we plan to do in 2024. I'm excited. We're streaming live on Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitch, also TikTok as well. We're streaming live on TikTok. The TikTok comments cannot be seen, but we are streaming live on TikTok. I see Michaela checking in from TikTok. Teresa from Arizona. Use the comment section, by the way, to let me know where you're checking in from. Annie, I'm ready for 2024. I'm ready. Focus on laundry, getting it done. Yee. Happy New Year. Kimberly cleaned her whole house and saged. It's time. Happy New Year. It's time. I cleaned my room and ate dinner last night for the first since the third week of December. No, this is a big win. That's a big one right here. Let me see what we got here. Kimberly says, I'm definitely manic. Tonight's the best night to be manic, though. But it's all good. Like Dr. Kojo's here. I got y'all. So we'll have fun tonight, and you can take your Seroquel a little bit later. San Francisco, Happy New Year. Baltimore, Happy New Year. Indiana, that was a big win. Baytown, Texas, stand up. Alaska in the house. Took my meds for a week straight on time and correctly. Rome, what's going on? Iowa in the house. David, hey, David, love you too, my guy. I appreciate you. Autism ADHD videos keep you motivated. Happy New Year from Tennessee. Yee. Yes, I would love to be the governor of West Virginia one day. It's coming. Cody, I see you on TikTok. What's up? Nicole in New Orleans. Kimberly, I appreciate you. Happy New Year, Rocky. Happy New Year. Thanks for the shout out. I'm hitting the shower in bed. Hey, if you have to go to sleep, you can go to sleep too. There's a lot of us here, some of us in California. Some people might have to work tomorrow. So if you have to work tomorrow, you have responsibilities, don't feel bad for checking out early. Even if there's 3 people here, we will be streaming for 4 hours. Vermont in the house. New York City in the house. Psych MP in North Carolina. What's up, Miss Andre? Loyola alum. What's up? Ohio in the house. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Chicago. I might be in Chicago one day. 2 4-day weekends in a row. Hey, this is the second 4-day weekend in a row. I'm just not realizing that. Happy New Year from the East Coast. Wishing you a wonderful 2024. Wishing you a wonderful 2024 too. Keisha Ortiz from Pennsylvania. What's up? Nicole, what's up? Guys, look. Let's sit down and talk for a little bit. Let's sit down and talk. It's It's going to be a great year for us, y'all. It's going to be a good year, but I want all of us to be very intentional this year. Very, very intentional. Jerome said, I've been searching for your book in the Philippines. My book should be available worldwide. The book should be available worldwide. Are you able to find it? You should be able to get the book worldwide. Michigan in the house. Genevieve, thank you so much. I appreciate you. This community is one of the best things that ever happened to me. Like, it's one of the highlights of my life. And anytime I get to make a video for you all, or I get to come on live stream, I'm just filled with so much gratitude. So thank you for allowing me to do this. Thank you so much. Teresa says, thank you for being inspiration to all of us and being so supportive to us to have ADHD and help me understand it better than I ever have. Look, Teresa, I'm also on a journey to understand myself. And like I was saying earlier, this year is going to be the best year of our lives, right? We have to be very, very intentional. Everything that we want is on the other side of fear, right? Every single thing that we want is on the other side of fear. We can do everything that we want. We can do anything that we want within reason, right? We're not going to harm anybody or hurt anybody, right? But we can, if you're watching my content, and I love the videos, I love the comments where somebody will say, I used to watch your videos 4 years ago, and I was depressed back then, and now I'm doing better. I'm working. I got my family back. I'm sober. I love those videos. And it shows that with a little bit of intention and being okay with asking for help, you can have the exact life that you want. And a lot of us who are not where we want to be, we're being held back by something that has to do with mental health. Something that has to do with mental health. I see Kobe in the chat talking about suicidal ideation. Do you know how many people are walking around who are suicidal? Like, we can take this conversation in many different angles, many different tangents. Like, a lot of people, and look, there's a spectrum when it comes to suicide, right? Not everybody is like trying to like leave, but some people are chronically suicidal. Some people don't have a plan. Some people just don't want to be here, right? And when you're at this stage in your life, it's going to be very difficult to be thriving. And the goal isn't to thrive. The goal is just to get through from Monday to Tuesday, Tuesday to Wednesday, and back around to Monday. We keep doing that. And over time, you realize that life will get better, right? A lot of things that are holding us back are mental health related. So that's why it's so important to ask for help. You know, for some of us, it's 2024. Thank you, Mary. It's 2024 for some of us. That means that we're already in the new year. Y'all speaking to me from the future. I'm here in California. It's still 2023. Maybe in 2023, we could do certain things, but in 2024, there's no shame in asking for help. If you have to go see a therapist, there's no shame in asking for help. If you have to go see a psychiatrist or get on some medications, there's no shame in asking for help, right? And then as you get better, you don't just get better and stay there by yourself. You look back and you see somebody else who's struggling, you tell them your story. Hey, I used to be where you were. I used to be back there, but I got help. I got on medications. I did X, Y, and Z. I feel so much better now. So heading into the new year, I want you to keep that in mind. Let's keep that in mind. Tamara, is it Tamara or Tamara? This name is so intimidating for me because I'm like, is it Tamara, Tamara? But I appreciate you. And look, a dream is very important, Tamara. You should never, ever, 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 ever give up on a dream. I don't know what your dreams are. I don't know what you want to do, but I'm here to tell you that you can do anything that you want. You know, if you're feeling depressed, you have to get a little bit of Zoloft in your system, Celexa, Wellbutrin. I don't care, whatever it is, right? There's no shame in taking these things. Like, I used to think that I didn't need medications myself, if we're being honest. And I realized that when I don't take my Adderall, I lose a lot of money. And now that I have a business, I lose thousands of dollars when I don't take my medications. So I'm gonna take my meds, and I'm gonna do what I gotta do. You know, there's no shame in doing what you have to do. You know, I'm actually doing your dance right now. I'm still, yeah. Jerome, I appreciate you. Andrea, thank you so much. Savage, look, Savage, you have one of the best names on here. Like, sometimes I wish my name was Savage Clark. Like, I can just imagine me like being at the gym here in LA around these beautiful women. They're like, "Oh, what's your name?" Savage Clark. I'm Savage. Like that's a dope name. I'm Savage. That's a great name, Savage. That's a great name. Happy New Year, Happy New Year, Happy New Year. You help a lot to understand my daughter with ADHD. Kesha, is it Kesha or Kesha? My pleasure. Thank you so much. Nicole, just found you two days ago. Love your energy. Appreciate you for what you do. Nicole, I'm happy that you found me, and I'm happy I found you. I'm happy that you're here. Thank you so much. You're so right. Some of us don't know that we have mental health issues holding us back. Yeah, look, a lot of people don't know, and that's why it's important to get the message out. Like, it's like, how can you defeat the final boss in a video game if you don't know what you're up against, right? And for some of us, the final boss is depression. The final boss might be bipolar disorder. You have bipolar disorder, and you keep spending your money, and like, you don't know what's going on. It's gonna be a never-ending cycle. You get the right diagnosis, you get the right meds, you get the right therapy, and you have your life back. It's an amazing thing to get your life back, you know. And we gotta normalize this. Look, I feel like people shouldn't even get married without at least a psychiatric evaluation and probably a prenup. And not to say that we have to go around diagnosing people, but it's good to have an explanation for why people behave the way they behave. Because when you don't know why, you start to get angry at people, you get frustrated. But then if you're like, oh, this person has ADHD or they're autistic, that's why, you know, they melt down. You know, that's why they fight, because they can't communicate their needs, right? It's good to put a name on it. I tried to do a live feed like this. It felt so weird talking to myself. Savage, it is weird talking to yourself in the beginning. I'm not going to lie. Everything is weird in the beginning. Everything is it's weird. And like right now, like now that you mentioned it, I just realized that I'm sitting here in a house by myself in Los Angeles, California. There's nobody else here. Let me put my security system on just to be safe. Your home is now armed state. All right. So yeah, so I'm home by myself. See, ADHD. You know, I live in one of the most dangerous cities in the world. I should have my security on at all times, but it's on now, right? But I just realized, okay, I'm in the house by myself. There's nobody physically here, but I'm talking to people on the internet, right? So it's a little bit weird in the beginning, but you know, you do it over and over, you become used to it. Not only have you helped me in my own mental health struggle, you've helped me explain to others what I'm going through, and you're breaking stigma around having mental illness, and that's changing so many people's lives for the better. We're also grateful to you for that. Happy New Year, Mary. I'm grateful for you. I'm look, every day that I make a video, I get to come on the live stream. Like, I'm a part of this, and like sometimes people think that like I'm here and then like people are there. No, like I'm in the mud with y'all. Like I go through the same stuff, you know. So I'm not talking as like some doctor in California, some famous. No, I'm just a regular Mickey Ficky. I be going through it myself. Veronica, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. That's the best. We have to talk sometime. Savage, for sure. Let me know. I'm telling you, if I ever get no, and look, Kobe, I wish, look, see, the way hospitals work, like it takes like a month or 2 months to get credentialed at a certain hospital. So you really can't go from hospital to hospital. But if I could go to West Virginia and like work at your hospital for a week, that'd be cool. I would do it. Little vacation for me. I come back. I recently got into mental health care place, and I feel amazing. I've been wanting and needing this type of help for years, and I'm not getting it. You helped me get there. Maddie, I appreciate that. And that's cool for me. I get to be a part of your story. As dope as hell. I appreciate that. Hey, Mary, no, you're not alone. It's a lot of Mickey Fickies going through the same stuff, but like nobody's talking about it. Savage, I got child trauma, military PTSD, TBI, and more, but it's been helpful to learn what is going on, and I'm able to work with it. Right. Like I say, you have to put a name. You got to put a name on it. Childhood trauma. Like, for the purposes of this comment, just forget about the PTSD and the TBI. Just hit the childhood trauma. Someone who does not work on the childhood trauma, like, oh my gosh. Like, I see what happens when people don't do this type of stuff, right? So I know why it's so important to go out there and get the help. You got to get this help. Leah, I see you on TikTok liking the live stream. I appreciate you, Leah. on TikTok, I'm not able to like see the comments on the screen here, but I am keeping track of it. So I see it, Leah. Scarecrow, I'm glad you said about marriage and evaluations. My partner keeps bringing up marriage, and I tell him I want us both to go to therapy first. I feel way better about that now. Look, Scarecrow, look, I want you to really hear me out on this. Marriage is not a joke. Like, if it wasn't for like, I don't let people read my DMs because people DM me with all kinds of like confidential information and like, you know, their mental health stories and people who have survived suicide, stuff like that. So outside of my team, nobody reads my DMs. But it would be helpful if y'all could read my DMs and see like marriage is no joke. I don't know why people think that they can just wake up and pop and get married. No, like marriage is, before anybody gets married, you should have a psychiatric evaluation. I stand on that. Every single, it should come with the marriage license. State of Kansas, state of Virginia, state of Florida. Like they should force people to get a psychiatric evaluation. I stand on that. And a prenup. Yeah. Kobe, if I become, where's Kobe at? Kobe, if I become the governor of West Virginia, well, I can only fix stuff in West Virginia. But you get the point. Marriage should come with a psychiatric evaluation. How are you going to get into the biggest business agreement of your life and not like really understand who you're with? That's what I think. The Disruptors. I have not seen that. Is that Netflix? Where's that? In the way there's 53 people here. It's not just me by myself in this house. So Artem, how does somebody take the first step? First step for what? And Leah agrees on TikTok. Every marriage should come with a psychiatric evaluation. Ooh, I could go on and on about that. Because sometimes, Artem, I'll get you a question in a second. Sometimes you'll be dealing with somebody and you're like, damn, like this person can't get out of bed. Like they're not fulfilling their commitments. What's going on? That's called depression. It's not normal to be in bed for a year straight. You know, that's called depression. If you're depressed for a long time, something's behind it. It's not just regular depression. Depression is 2 weeks. And a lot of people who are depressed for years on end, after they, sort through the mess, they realize that they're neurodivergent, they're autistic, they have ADHD. There's always something there, right? It's good to figure out and have an explanation for why you behave the way you behave. Adam says, what's the first step? The first step is understanding that you're not a bad person for getting help. Because a lot of people don't get help because they feel a certain way about it, right? Understand that you getting help is a sign of strength. Don't be ashamed about it. Don't be ashamed. And then, you hop on your computer, Google, psychiatrist near me. That's what I would do. I would start off there. Look for a psychiatrist or a psychiatric nurse practitioner or a psychiatric PA, physician assistant, somebody who can prescribe medications. Not that you need it, but in case you need it, you've taken the most linear path to getting help, right? Especially if you have ADHD like me, it's going to be so difficult to do anything. So take the most linear path. I agree with the marriage comment. Sadly, people get defensive if this is brought up, but it would save a lot of issue in the end, financial and emotional. And I'm telling y'all, don't ever let me become I wasn't born in the U.S., so I couldn't be the president, but marriages should come with a psychiatric evaluation. People have to go through so much financial and emotional stress. Do you know what that does to a person over time? Like that's trauma. There's financial trauma. There's emotional trauma. Yes. And look, if people get defensive, then why are we getting married, right? And if me and you trying to get married, and you tell me, oh, Kojo, I need you to go see, let's go see somebody, and let's go make sure that we're all like okay, and I get defensive. Oh, okay. Well, before we talk about the marriage, let's pause. We need to solve this issue right now before we move forward. One thing at a time, one foot in front of the other. One-on-one sessions, not at the moment. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see how my schedule is. I know for myself, I cannot be I can't be too like idle. And sometimes with this social media journey, I'll have too much free time. And then what happens for me is then I start to be like, oh, I need the edibles. And then I start smoking again. And then everything goes down. So I do need to like not be so free, and I fill my time up by, having patience, working. But sometimes I'm like, oh, I don't want to get overwhelmed. But I would rather be overwhelmed than bored. I don't know if y'all can relate to that. But I'm like an Australian shepherd. When I'm bored, I get destructive. I should not be bored, y'all. Aaliyah says on TikTok, psych eval and tools to navigate afterwards will make such a difference. It saved a lot of headaches. Shane says, because of your videos about bipolar 1, I was able to notice some traits in me. I went to a psychologist and now I'm on medication and I'm feeling so much better. Shane, congratulations, man. That means a lot to me. It means a lot that I could make a silly, I call them silly videos, but they're not. I can make a video like, I think that video about bipolar, I made it in my brother's kitchen at his apartment. Like the idea just came out. I'm like, ooh, let me make the video real quick. And it had like 5 million views on Facebook here and like a couple more million elsewhere. And I'm happy that's life-changing, Shane. Like now you're doing better. That's crazy. That is crazy. I get goosebumps when I get comments like this. That's crazy. I'm grateful to be a part of your journey, man. I don't know what to say, but that's crazy. That's crazy. Summer, hey Kodo, what's up, Summer? I'm a PA and I appreciate your work. Thank you for using your social media influence as a platform. Summer, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Your hair is pretty, by the way. Childhood trauma is intense. Yeah. We could do a whole show on this, Eddie. What does a prenup help with? Okay. All right. So, not Sylvia. Once this can get complicated, but look, in today's world, where inflation, like, pay attention to what's going on right now. Like, the men are going after the women are going after the men. But one thing that we can all agree on is that we hate inflation. Prices are going up. People aren't getting married. A third of young men have not had sex in 2023. Like what's this going to do to us? Think about that. People are not having sex anymore. People are not having kids anymore. All these big houses are not being able to be sold. It's going to affect the economy. Things that affect and I hate getting political, blah, 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 but when things affect the economy, right? When times get hard, people get desperate. Not because they're bad. It's just a survival type of thing. In my opinion, a prenup you sign a prenup so that way you take that worry off the table. You look at psychiatric evaluation so that way you can take mental health issues off the table. Like if you get psych eval, you're bipolar. It doesn't wipe away the bipolar, but you might be able to get on some medications that can help you out, right? It's better to be proactive than to be reactive. That's all I'm saying. Mary, I'm so glad you're live. I'm trying to clean my room so I can start the year accomplishing something. All right, so look, I like what Mary said. I don't know if you're new to my live stream or not, but anytime you're on my live stream, we're going to be streaming for 4 hours, by the way. We're going to be streaming until it's 2024 in California. It's 9:30. It's at least a good 2.5 hours away. So we're going to be streaming this whole time. If me being on this stream helps you get some stuff done, great. So this is a perfect time to, do the dishes, clean your room, write down your goals for the new year. Because this is called body doubling, right? It's me, Mary, 58 other people on this live stream. If you're watching it like live right now, we're all body doubling, right? It's gonna help us be effective. Happy New Year, brother. I'm down tonight because my mom is down out due to addiction. Natalie, very sorry to hear that. And look, addiction is it's no joke. There's no joke. And sometimes with addiction, the person who suffers in the present is like the people around. And the person who's like in the active addiction might not see it, So just understand, addiction is an illness. Your mom does not mean to do this to you. You have to compartmentalize. And there's nothing wrong with being down. But Happy New Year to you, and I'm happy that you're here. How to go about it? How to go about who doesn't believe in psychology or this type of evaluations? So Sylvia, for me, like if I'm going to marry somebody, and we can't get past these elementary steps, we may not need to get married. I'm just being upfront and blunt. Right? You have to know who you're working with. Yeah, look, it would save a lot of trouble. That's what I think. But what do I know? I haven't been married. What do I know? What do I know? I didn't go to school for like marriage law or anything like that, so I don't know. First step to getting psychological. So if you mean psychological, like a psychologist, then you'll type in psychologist near me. A little bit different from psychiatry. Virtual hug. Virtual hug. How you do a virtual hug? Like this? That's amazing. Just took a shower after week. Congratulations. I didn't know my child was so messed up until my 30s. It was really eye-opening when I was telling my therapist, and he was like, this is not normal, right? Yeah. That's how childhood trauma works. Like, you'll know it's abnormal until like you talk to somebody, a lot of times a therapist, and like, oh, this is not how things are supposed to be done. And you're like, oh my gosh, I've been living this way my whole life. It's kind of like Robin Williams' wife and Mrs. Doubtfire. The whole time, the whole time I've been living with childhood trauma. If you need a test to get a driver's license, you should get an evaluation for marriage as well. Yeah, I agree. Alex on TikTok, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. And I see Sylvester agrees. Yeah, we got the TikTok people. And I would love to know how we can get TikTok to show on StreamYard. I will have to figure that out. Like, I want to figure it out to where I can even do a Zoom and like bring somebody on. That would be cool. Bring somebody on this live stream, because we can bring people on through StreamYard, but I want to be more interactive in 2024. Sharo, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Exploring the nature of ADHD. How people believe is an asset. Oh, Samantha, that's something to look at. I mean, I have ADHD; it's not going anywhere, so I try and look at it as an asset. But like, if I could choose to not have it, I would choose to not have it for sure. Celebrate the little things. You have to. I've been afraid of getting to therapy. I'm taking this as a sign. Yeah. So, Kira, there's nothing wrong. This TikTok right here. There's nothing wrong with getting the hardest part of therapy is probably starting it. Think about it. My marriage just fell apart because my exes did not understand basic communication and cooperation. Yeah. And look, when a relationship falls apart, Kate on TikTok, what's up? When a relationship falls apart, it's good to sit back and be like, why did this relationship fall apart? Right? And a lot of times you look back and the issue that makes you all break up was there from the beginning. But you didn't see it because, you were having fun, you were traveling, you're doing the Mickey Ficky, right? Even a premarital tutorial would help out. I'm telling you, marriage is so, hey, people, please be careful with marriage. Like, from the bottom of my heart. Like, look, I believe in people, but some people are not healed. They're still on their healing journey, and they're early in their healing journey. So because of that, they're not healed. They're going to come. Because look, if you are a giver, you'll be attracting takers. People know who and who not to mess with. A lot of people who are here, especially if you're neurodivergent, you're a giver. I'm an empath. I give. Takers, they know who you are, and they'll take. They'll take from you. There's narcissists out there. Not that they're bad people. They need love, attention, and respect too. But sometimes you can root for somebody and say, hey, you be over there. I need to be over here, but I still love you. Because you being here is affecting me. It's called boundaries. Happy New Year, Catherine. How you doing? Happy New Year. Happy New Year. And yeah, being bored is the worst. I don't like being bored. And it says, I experienced domestic violence because of that. Yeah, look, and man, I don't know if they're gonna I don't know how much they let you talk about domestic violence here on the internet, but yeah, it'd be happening. And it's crazy. I can't tell you how many girls I've gone on dates with or whatever I've talked to, and then sometimes they'll say things like, "Oh, I'm just happy that you don't hit me," or like, "Thank you for not hitting me." I'm like, "Oh my goodness, what's going on out there?" And like I'm always like rooting for the guys, but men, we have to step up, fellas. We have to step up in 2024. We have to get our shit together for real. Guys got to step up. You don't put your hands on the lady. I don't know. This is so hard to understand. The way you show a woman, like if you want to show a woman, just leave. Just leave. Don't put your nobody should put their hands on anybody. Mickey Ficky. Kate just got married. Kay on TikTok, congratulations. And Sylvester said, late diagnosis here. Found out after I graduated college. What a roller coaster has been. Sylvester, I'm happy you found out now. Now you can get your life, on track. What's your number one advice for those suffering with schizoaffective bipolar type disorder? So, Kobe, my number one advice for this is I don't think is specific to the disorder, right? It's replace schizoaffective with OCD, with ADHD, BPD. The key is to figure out what are the things that you need. A need is different from a want. What things do you need? How does this condition affect your life the most, right? And that'll determine what you need. Based off of what you need, you make those things a priority. And if there's people in your life who are making it hard for you to fulfill those obligations to yourself, you got to set some boundaries, all right? Scarecrow. Hey, 2024 is going to be the year that we take care of ourselves. I'm excited. Leah says, I'm about to hop off, but I just want to say that your video about BPD and autism was life-changing. So thank you. I truly appreciate your heart and effort. Happy New Year. Leah, thank you so much. Leah on TikTok, I appreciate you. Thank you. And I hope you have a happy New Year. Scarecrow, I appreciate you. Thank you. Sean says, I was just diagnosed with autism and ADHD. I'm being treated by specialists, both an NP and a therapist. I rearranged my entire room office this weekend. In the past, it would take me 6.5 months. Congratulations, Shauna. Congrats. That's amazing. Gotcha, Samantha. Let me see. Oh, this is probably like attached to an earlier comment. I'll get this in a second, but the old saying that idle hands, Lori, it's not good to be bored. For most people, if you have ADHD, you pay a higher price, but it's not good to be bored. It's not good to be bored. You get into a lot of trouble. Biggest rate on marriage is money. Economy gets worse, so does marriage. That's what I'm telling people. And look, here's the thing. Look, when you're younger, right? When you're younger, sometimes we get consumed with this concept of love. Oh, I love her, or I love him. Love is cool. Love does not pay your bills, though. Love does not pay the bills. Marriage is a team. You're on the same team, right? Marriage, you're on the same team. Everybody has a role. I know people, talk about gender roles, and people don't like that. That's fine. Maybe the woman makes the money and the guy is a stay-home dad, whatever. But you have to have clearly defined roles. Hey, I'm coming here. She's coming here. We're coming together. And together, we're going to live and have a great life. But I have to do this. I got your back. You do this, you have my back. We have to be complementary. And sometimes people don't take into account money. Money is very important. Inflation is gas. I'm in California. Gas is here. Eggs, milk, everything's expensive. So it's better to talk about money and finances before you even get to the marriage part. And divorce is one of the most. Some people have described divorce like death. If you can avoid the divorce, You know, like I don't wish divorce upon anybody, but half of the people who get married will be divorced. Divorce is a mental health crisis. Now, let's say you have a mental health condition on top of that. You know, Kobe was talking about schizoaffective disorder, schizoaffective, bipolar. We know how stress affects that. A divorce could be the beginning of a long manic episode. Like just make sure let's make sure we take care of ourselves this year, all right? Let's make sure we take care of ourselves. I've been married 35 years, and if we would have had some kind of psychological evaluation on how we communicate before we got married, we could have ironed out a couple of things that would have made our lives much easier. So, Sherilyn, thank you for this comment. So, everything I said about marriage, I think is valid. But Sherilyn has been married for 35 years. I haven't even been alive for 35 years, right? So, in this situation, she knows way more than me on this topic. She's been married longer than I've been alive. And she's saying that if they had some type of mental health evaluation on how to communicate, right? And I made a video not too long ago talking about why autistic kids sometimes get aggressive, right? The aggression is coming because they're not able to communicate their needs. Not all the time, but a lot of times that's how it is. If you can't communicate your needs and speak up for yourself, you naturally become frustrated. You naturally become defensive, right? So, Sherilyn, what you're saying here, this is facts. I believe all of this. I believe all of this. I feel bad for my mom. She's 64, and I know she has ADHD bad. Hey, I got ADHD bad too. You know, together we can get past it. It's not going to be cured, but we can still live a high quality of life. Yeah. Oh, it's better to be proactive than reactive. It's better. No, see, Marcus, you love you. Oh, are you talking to me, or it's not even Happy New Year for us in California yet? It's 9:44 for us here in California. but I appreciate you, Lily. I appreciate you, Love Life too. Thank you. Thanks. Not even dating at this point. Yeah, look, it's much better to date intentionally or to not date at all. JD says for prenups, if you can't talk about the hard stuff when things are going well, I agree. Especially when it comes to love and emotion, right? It's good to have like friends around, people who can like bring it back down to earth, right? Bring it back down to earth and help you talk through this type of stuff. You're not a bad person. Like love does this to all of us. The win is a win. A prenup is just like adding on charges to the standard marital contract. Problem is it's associated with a lack of trust. But if everyone to go through mature prenup negotiations, it would be better. If they can't agree on a prenup and don't get married, I agree. And my thing is, look, I look to see, because if I'm supposed to be the Hollywood mental health expert, and I'm supposed to be helping out my community online and helping out myself, I look and see what are the things that are happening that are causing great stress to people. Relationships is one of the big things, but divorces, like, I wish I could just type in divorce in my message, like tab on Facebook, and filter out all the messages where people are talking about divorce. Maybe a couple times a week, somebody would DM me about a divorce, or like they're going through a hard time. Divorce is not a joke, y'all. Divorce is not a joke. So if we require everybody to get prenups and psych evaluations and premarital counseling, will people still be divorced? Yes, because look, life is not perfect. We all make mistakes. Sometimes things just don't work out. It's fine. But if we can be proactive, hopefully we can make things easier for ourselves, right? It's all about trying to increase the quality of our life. Love Life, I appreciate you. Good vibes. You can bring people on StreamYard. With a Zoom workaround until the patch is fixed with Facebook. What is something not working with Facebook? Well, hey, screw it. Let's try it. If somebody wants to hop on the stream, let me know in the chat. I'll send you an email. Come on through. I'm feeling froggy. Let's try it. Joel on Joel, I said you can get booked for ADD. Joel, if I said that, please screenshot that message and send it to info@kojosoftware.com. We'll get you straight. We'll get you straight. Sylvia, anytime. I didn't realize I was skipping my SSRI all week because I was working more than usual and I have ADHD. I just got them back yesterday. It just feels like I woke up after a week. Jane, yeah. Look, I always tell people to, try your best to not miss out on your antidepressants because you start taking it for a couple of days. You feel like you got these brain zaps and it can kind of be a little bit weird. But at least you got them back. So I'm happy for you. Group therapy on Zoom. Hey, let's do it. Let's do it. Happy New Year, y'all. Happy New Year, Jordy. Thank you for bringing the live stream. Jordy, hey, look, I'm a man of the people. And as I educate the public, I also learn too. I learned so much from you all. It's all about getting better. A lot of the mistakes, a lot of things that happen in our lives can be prevented with a little bit more knowledge and preparation. I know that. And a woman can now, Savage, you're right. You're right. Nobody should put their hands on anybody. I get messages about women who put their hands on men too. That's not okay. That's not okay. It's not okay. All right. Oh, I'm behind on the comments. Let me see. Happy New Year. Mary or Marie. I love the work. Amazing community. Neurospicy friends. Thank you so much. I was dismissed as having autism. And look, Leslie, sometimes when you go to therapy, you have to kind of like keep going to find a right therapist. Like some therapists suck. Some doctors suck. Unfortunately. Leilani. She's one of the moderators. Happy New Year. Thank you so much. You're about to go out with the family and launch some fireworks. Oh, yeah. It's almost 2024 in Tennessee. So happy New Year to Leilani. She's one of the moderators. And yeah, people hear prenup and say, oh, it's for rich people. I'm talking about for everybody. Money is the number one reason why people divorce. And right now, the economy is like all over the place. So you see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Is it possible for them to not to catch ADHD when you're tested as a child? I'm a woman in my early 20s and struggling in my accounting career. I'll begin an assessment soon. Yeah, so actually, hopefully, you might be new to my stream. Especially for women, it's hard to get an ADHD diagnosis because if a woman is like quiet and she's like disorganized and she's just kind of like, masking, you might go see somebody. But a lot of times it might be misdiagnosed as a mood disorder or anxiety or something like that. When in all actuality, it was ADHD all along. And people, especially women, have to wait until their 20s, sometimes late 30s. And normally something happens in life to where you go through so much stress that you're like, like it's not just regular depression. Something is going on. And maybe you find my video some way, somehow. But after a while, you're like, I need to get checked out for ADHD. So if you have that thought, I think it's not a bad idea to go get checked out. Mary says, being in love with someone and being in love with the idea of someone. Ooh. This is facts. And look, I'll put myself out there. Like there have been times when I've been in love with the idea of being with somebody versus the actual person. Like we all make mistakes, right? Especially if, let's say, you're neurodivergent and like you rush into relationships really fast, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh, I don't like them, but now they're in love with me, So it's good. Let's take our time with some stuff this year, 2024. Let's just take our time. Let's take our time with some stuff. Oh, there's a super chat somewhere. Let me see. Oh, let me get to the super chat. So that way I'm not wasting your time on that super chat. So Ashley Hopeful says, is it possible to be tested as a child, but they miss ADHD? I'm a young woman and I don't believe my mom, as she does not believe in mental things. I hyper-focus, lots of time, overshare. All right, so this is similar to the question I answered before. I don't know if it's the same person, but a lot of people, and look, and I'm not saying this is your mom, but I've heard stories where people have said things like I get these messages. They say, oh, I was diagnosed with ADHD as a child, but my parents never told me because they didn't want me to be on Ritalin, and I've been struggling my whole life, boom, boom, boom. And then when that's the case, it's difficult because you think to yourself, like, dang it, I actually got to see somebody and they told my parents that I had ADHD, and I struggled in school. I had to fail test after test. I had to go through relationship after relationship, and I needed some help. And my parents just did not want to put me on this medication. And in that situation, do your best to not judge your parents. They did the best that they could with the information that they had, but maybe somebody told them that, if you take Adderall or Ritalin, like you're gonna get addicted to it, or it's bad for you, or whatever the case may be. But there are some people who get diagnosed, and parents will like reject the diagnosis, and the ironic thing is that ADHD runs in families. So if a parent's like, "Oh, my child doesn't have ADHD," there's a good chance that the child does have it, and they got it from the parent, meaning that the parent could also use the assessment. Yeah, sometimes it's missed in kids. And the movie that my team and I were working on before the strike, before the strike here in Hollywood came, that movie was about women with ADHD, and yeah, so I can't wait for us to get that project out. It means a lot to a lot of people, and as I've been talking about it more, so many like women have been coming up to me and telling me so. Even my own cousin, my own cousin came up to me. I was like, "Oh, Coach, boom, boom, my kids have ADHD, blah blah." I said, "Oh wow, oh I like your content, thank you so much." I say, "Hey, I'm just happy I could help." And then as the conversation is ending, she walks away from me. True story. She walks away. Literally, we're having this conversation. She walks away. She's like, "Coach, I haven't been truthful. I also have ADHD as well, and I'm taking medications, and it's helping me out. I don't know why I was so afraid to tell you, but like I also have it too, right? So there's still the stigma with it, to where people don't want to talk about it. But if we talk about these things, it's helping out the next generation. Just because our parents didn't know doesn't mean that we don't have to talk about it." Megan, happy New Year! Happy New Year, Kobe. You said you wanted to join. All right, so let's do it this way. If anybody wants to join the stream, let's get a couple of people on tonight. If anybody wants to join the stream, email info@kojosarfo.com, and then I will send you a StreamYard link, and you'll come on the show. Why not? Come through. Come through. Sometimes the parents don't want. Yeah, I agree. All right, I'm reading the comments this way now. Okay. That was me. Really didn't help my mom. Right. Some people are resentful because they're like, my potential was limited because I never got the appropriate help. I even failed third grade, but I've been an academic scholar ever since. Oh, look, actually, hopeful. Look, people with ADHD doesn't mean that you're not smart. Like, people with ADHD are very intelligent. It just means that we have I have ADHD. I think I'm fairly smart, but I have to have a couple of workarounds. Like I have to do certain things. I have to create fake deadlines for myself. I have to, once a week now, I have to schedule, look through all my emails, make sure, having the business, who am I paying, what's going on. If I don't do that, I'm going to lose money. If I don't stay organized, I'll be off a track. So is it harder? It is harder, but I have to go out there and get the help and just do my best to take care of myself. All right. Ashley, hopefully I appreciate you. And I'm like hearing your story, it does make me, a little sad because that resentment towards your parents is a real thing. But as we get older, we realize that we are responsible for our lives, and holding on to that hurt, it limits us, right? It limits us. And as long as you can feel like your parents had a good intention behind it, just do your best to try and from this day moving forward, right? This is the first day of the rest of your life. Let's start to put the pieces together. If it is ADHD, hey, maybe it's a little bit of Adderall, maybe some Ritalin, maybe it's therapy, but you can live the life that you desire to live, and it can be a high quality of life too. Let me see. Kimberly, what's up? I'm new to a live stream. I just need to know if this is for ADHD and autism issues or Kimberly. Look, so we'll have a topic tonight. This live stream will go through. It'll be all over the place. We're talking about ADHD now. We're talking about autism earlier. We're talking about relationships. We're talking about bipolar earlier. you know, in a couple of minutes, we might be talking about schizophrenia. Like we're all over the place. Joey says, "You're in my New Year's IG live stream in 2021." Joey, what's up, Joey? I don't remember, but my memory be bad sometimes. Let me see. Is common for ADHD or autism to be missed for high functioning? Yeah, that's facts. That's facts. Okay, so let me check my email right now. See if anybody's emailed. Savage. Oh, so Savage, did you want to come on the stream tonight or what? Yeah, Lilai is right. This stream. Yeah, so this stream is this is the typical path of an ADHD conversation. Like we just go all over the place, and hey, that's how it is. If you come on the show, if you don't want to have your camera on, that's fine. I don't want anybody to be uncomfortable. But if you don't want to have your camera on, that's fine. It's info@kojosoftware.com. Let me drop it in here. Catherine says that the diagnosis was eye-opening. Meds help tremendously. I'm finding that I'm working harder to manage it now that I'm aware. Yeah, no, I agree completely with this. For me, getting ADHD diagnosis was liberating, and getting on meds in college was very helpful too. I don't know if I would have become a doctor without the Concerta or whatever I took in the beginning. I forgot. I had to switch to something else, but without the ADHD meds, I don't think I would be here. I mean, maybe I probably would have failed and then had to go back into school. But it was helpful for me. I was drowning. Like I didn't have time for anything. My grades were going low. I was trying to work and have money to take care of like my grandma and like my family, and then I didn't have time to spend with my girlfriend. And she's like, "You don't spend time with me." I'm like, like my life is falling apart. And like I know I don't have time to like spend time with my girl, but then if I have a 71 in my, like, it was just overwhelming. So it was helpful to get the proper help so that way I could just like do what I needed to do. I still love. Hey, we gotta love ourselves. All right, let me look at this email. Austin wants to join. All right, Austin. So, all right. Hey, let's bring on Austin now. Let me see how this works. And look, I'm learning. Leilani, yes, I am staying live for 4 hours until it's 2024 in California. And I'm looking at Sean on TikTok says, I have ADHD and I'm having a hard time getting a psychiatrist and medication. So Sean on TikTok, look at that email I put up, info@kojosarfo.com. Send me email and I'll send you a StreamYard link. I'll do my best to get a couple of people through. Normally my team and my publicist helps me out with this, but everybody's on vacation for like, I give the whole team like a week or two off for vacation at the end of the year. So now I'm having to figure out how to do all this stuff by myself. So I'm like, all right, okay, all right. So all right, so I'm gonna take off my I'm gonna end the vacation settings on my email. So good catch, Kobe. The team is out for the holiday season. I'm not out though. I'm not out. So let me see. Austin wants to come on through. All right, let me see. You can have up to 10 people on the screen at once. All right, Mickey Ficky. Hey, all right, Austin, I'm sending you a link right now. Come on through. This is tight. All right, let me answer Jackie's question really quick, and then boom. I grew up in a high achieving Christian Jamaican family where my ADHD symptoms were often misunderstood for laziness. I'm an adult woman. Parents saying that they may have it got from them. They were just undiagnosed. ADHD from trauma or character issues. All right, so ADHD, look, if you have ADHD, there's a good chance that you have trauma as well. Keep that in mind. 70% of people with ADHD, go on to develop depression. So the answer might be both, and ADHD affects all areas of your life. And once you get the diagnosis, it's good to know that that's why you are the way you are. And you're not a bad person, or you're not like a non-believer, or like, sometimes you might have religious trauma from feeling like, oh, I'm not a good church person, or, whatever. But yeah. No, I think I'm about to crack the code. I'm excited. I think I'm about to crack the code. All right, so I sent one out to Austin. We'll see if Austin pops up in here. You can join on YouTube without a link. All right, help me through with this, because this stuff is.
Hey, Dr. K, how's it going?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing awesome. I'm so excited to be here with you.
I'm excited to be here with you, but I'm also proud of myself because I've never been able to like bring somebody on without having my publicist send the link. So like, I think I've cracked the code.
Awesome.
I've cracked the code. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. It's just now 12:03 here Central Time in Missouri. So.
Look, I want to say I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. I know it's been a year for you. It's been a year, and like it's not easy. It's not. Sometimes we come up here and like we smile, we're happy, but like when the camera shut off, like it's not easy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
congratulations.
It's definitely. Yeah, I appreciate that. It's definitely been a hard year. But in July I'll be celebrating 8 years clean time and sobriety. So very excited about that.
Mm-hmm. And when you first decided to be sober, did you think that you'd be where you are today?
Oh my gosh, no, not at all. I remember it took me forever just to get even just 1 month, so yeah, it was definitely a challenge. But once you hit that 1 month, and then when you hit that, 2 months, you just take it one day at a time, sometimes even just 1 minute if you have to.
Mm-hmm. That's awesome. So 2024, what are you working on in 2024?
Actually, what I'm going to be doing is one of my biggest goals is to get my tutoring business up and running a lot better. I want to try to be self-employed with it if I can, if possible. So I'm going to try to work on my page that's on Facebook, and also just try to really get it broadcasted and get it out there.
Let's get the website. Do you have a website for the tutoring business?
Well, right now I use the wiseant.com, but I don't have a website for myself. But on Facebook, it's AC Automatics Development.
Is there a link that you can send that we can put on the StreamYard right here so people can see it?
Yeah, I think I can do that. Yeah. So on Facebook.
Okay, you might be able to do it. I think maybe. Let me see. Or is there like a chat somewhere for us?
I see there's a private chat.
Perfect. All right. If you drop it in the private chat, I will drop it here to where we can let people see it.
Am I able to pull up Facebook again to do that, like a new page on my desktop, I wonder?
I think so. And like my thing is, even to do this, I should have been asked somebody here. That's my problem. I don't like asking for help. I'm like, I
know, me either. Let me see what I can do though. I think I can do this. Let's see.
Let me see.
I can find my tutoring page. I'll switch it over.
You can open a new page.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see. Hopefully this will work. I'll do the best I can.
Is a Facebook page that people can follow?
Oh, yes, absolutely. And here it is. Let me see if this will work. I'll copy and paste and I'll put it in our chat, and maybe you can drop it in there, I guess. I don't know. Do you see that in our private chat?
Sean, on TikTok, we're using StreamYard. StreamYard is the platform. All right, so I click the link. And let me.
Okay, it's a work in progress. Hopefully it'll go to my page, but it's a work in progress, and I will definitely get it, fixed up.
And look, my thing is there's nothing wrong with things being a work in progress. And
Mhm.
you know what's crazy about anything that is like a work in progress? You have to start first before you perfect it. Because sometimes
Mhm.
we're like, oh, I can't release this until like it gets good or whatever. But you really have to start and be okay with being seen, and then like just let it be whatever it is, and then over
Yeah.
time it gets better. And that's a trick that we
Mhm.
don't realize. Savage saying done is better than perfect. I completely agree. All right, so
Yeah.
here is the
Absolutely.
link right here on Facebook, and I'm gonna put it up there. I just followed right now. So, what are the are you? Let me see. Are you tired of seeing your child attached to their phone? Are you worried about the summer scroll? Here at AC Automatics Development, I turn the screen time into serene time. I like that. Summer tutoring program to prepare your child for academic success for the new. Okay.
That was for the
So
summer. Yeah, when I was wanting to start it. I did have a few students, and I range from, grade school all the way to college. I've helped a lot of college students, mostly, but I just got done actually working with a fifth grader, with like word problems and math and stuff. That was a lot of fun, and being with my ADHD and autism, it's really neat how when I teach the way that I learned, and it really helps them as well, pick up on it and understand it better. So it does make a difference when you're able to find that, that medium. So yeah, it helps.
it's amazing, and also people don't realize that like a lot of people who are like struggling like with low mood, depression, just feeling down. It's difficult to be sad and also to be needed at the same time. When you realize that like people need you and like depend on you, and like whenever I'm having a day when I'm like
Mhm,
I want to get out of bed, but then like it's a day to stream. I'm like, oh, like the people like need me to come. You you realize your worth. You know,
mhm. Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
amazing. All right, so people
Yeah.
said so. Kobe gave a follow, followed, and will be in contact. And let me see. Are you actually tutoring or coaching? Do you know which one?
Tutoring. Yep, I
Tutoring.
do tutoring.
Okay.
Yeah.
And actually, hopeful says the stream link is put in the chat. Is there? So they're on YouTube. So I can't put it on YouTube from StreamYard, but
Oh,
is
I might be
the
able to, Kojo. I think because let's see, last time when I was trying to post stuff like your book and everything on YouTube, I was able to post it. I'm not sure if everyone saw it, but I can definitely do that.
so you're gonna post it on YouTube?
YouTube. Yep, I can post it on
On the
YouTube.
actual YouTube video.
Yeah, on the live. Yeah, I can post it on there.
I used to be good with technology as a kid, but now I'm like, oh my gosh,
Yeah.
it feels so overwhelming. All right, so it's in the chat on
But
YouTube. So
yeah,
somebody put
you
it
can
there.
find it too on Facebook. You know, just type in AC Automatics Development Tutoring, and you should be able
AC
to find it.
Automatics Development Tutoring. All right, and I have the
Mhm.
Facebook page here, and I'm also inspired to get better with StreamYard too, because like this is already blowing my mind. I'm like, this is crazy. This is crazy. This is wild. All right, okay. Thank you so much. I'm gonna bring on Kobe next, and I
Awesome.
like knowing that I can bring on more than one person at a time. But I'm
Mhm.
gonna bring on Kobe next, so that way we can, because I want to focus on you. Bring Kobe,
Yeah.
focus on Kobe. Bring the next
Awesome.
person, focus on that person.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Dr. K.
All right, anytime. I appreciate
All right.
you.
Thanks. Appreciate you. Bye.
All right, all right, bye. All right, now let me see. I was trying to figure out how to take her down. Oh my god, this is cool. This is cool. This is cool. Oh, Mickey Ficky. Austin, thank you so much. And once again, that is AC Automatics Development Tutoring. And look, when it comes to those of us in this community, right? Whether it's autism, ADHD, whatever the case may be, it's important to support each other, right? We know how difficult it can be to be seen, to try something. So you see somebody with a business, let's support them. Let's give them our support, whatever we can do to help get them from point A to point B to point C. When you do that, you feel better. You feel better. And Anka, yes, we're still live. We're still live. We're still live. And for those of you on TikTok, I'm sorry that I get late to the comments late. I have to figure out how to fix that. But keep in mind that you can send a message to me, info@codersoftware.com, and I will bring you on. All right, okay, Kobe. Let me bring Kobe on. Get the link. Kobe, my guy. We've been waiting for this stream for a minute. And the reason why I appreciate Kobe, I love you because you keep holding me accountable. And I've been telling people, and also you, I look on TikTok, I look on social media, nobody's talking about schizoaffective disorder. Like, how come? When I was working at the psych hospital in Virginia, that was probably the most common. Now, of course, it was a very specific population I was working with, but that was probably the most common diagnosis I would see: schizoaffective disorder, bipolar type, and then every now and then bipolar disorder, psychosis. But it was more so schizoaffective and schizophrenia. So I have a lot of experience with that diagnosis, and you hold my feet to the fire. Like, hey, Cody, you say you can make the video. You say you can make the video. You gotta make the video. You gotta make the video. I'm out here talking. Did I forget to send the link? Oh no, I sent the link. So Kobe, I replied to your message. I sent you the link, and once you get the link, you should pop up like at the little bottom thing right there, whatever you call it. At least on my end, I should be able to see you. Someone said cheeseburger. Someone said cheeseburger on TikTok. What are they talking about?
Hey,
Kobe, come on through. How you feeling?
I'm doing good tonight. I can't complain. A little nervous. First time I've ever done a live stream.
It's all good. I'm your governor. I'm the governor of West Virginia.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's our thing. We got to get you in there for real, though.
I remember driving through. Is it Charleston, West Virginia?
Yeah, Charleston's our capital.
Yeah. It's a really pretty. Nobody thinks about West Virginia. Is very pretty.
It is. It's very majestic, and it's got beautiful scenery everywhere.
No,
it really does.
I want to go back to West Virginia and kick it out there. It's really nice.
You got to go experience football season, college football season here at Morgantown and at Huntington. It's something.
Is that the school that Geno Smith went to?
WVS is where Geno went, and Chad Pennington went to Marshall in Huntington.
And I think Tavon Austin also went to which one?
WVU, yes.
Oh, he had one of the best like college like highlight like reels of all time. Oh yeah. My goodness. Oh, all right. So for the people on here, tell us a little bit about yourself and your experience, and also if you're not comfortable saying anything, like I've never really like made a disclaimer out there, but if I ask you a question and you don't answer, just be like, no, I don't want to answer it.
Yeah. I can't see where people are commenting. Oh, I see it now. Okay.
You see it on the right side for you or no?
Yeah, I'm fine where I am. I just couldn't figure out where the comments were. I see them now. I see Megan saying hi. So you want to talk about like my schizoaffective journey of finding out that diagnosis and stuff?
Yeah. All right. So go ahead and tell me a little bit about like what was going on before the diagnosis and the process of getting a diagnosis and how your life has been since then.
Well, when I was younger, I had a lot of problems in school. Doctors back then said it was ADHD, which I have found is normal at young ages. They don't like to diagnose severe things like that. And I've understood because there's not much treatments you can do for 10 years old and 12 years old and stuff like that, because most antipsychotics aren't available at that age. Mm-hmm. So they said ADHD. I took Adderall for a long time in my life, and it just wasn't doing the trick. In school, I couldn't focus. I would see stuff out of the corner of my eyes. I couldn't focus in school. I just wanted to roam in the halls because I didn't feel comfortable in classrooms. And as I got older, about 16, 17, it started getting worse. Still ADHD. So after I graduated, I was about 19 because I got held back a few times due to not being able to apply myself in school. I went to a new doctor and I was telling her my symptoms and stuff, and she's like, well, so you've had these hallucinations for a long time. And I'm like, yeah, like they're constant, and I'm having awful times stabilizing my moods. And she started talking to me about what schizoaffective bipolar type is, and she started treating me for that. And it's hard to find medicine for that. There's only one medicine approved for that.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of up to doctors. What's the word? I'm not good with my speech.
Their discretion, their judgment.
Yeah, to how to treat it. So we've went through a couple different treatments to get me where I am now. I now take Caplyta and chlordiazepam and lisinopril also to help with a little bit of the anxiety issues that I have due to this schizoaffective. And it seems to be working. Today I'm able to go out in public and not feel like I'm under attack. I used to be like, I couldn't even go into a restaurant and order my own food. It was bad. My mom, I still do live with my mom. Unfortunately, that's one thing I want to work on.
It's all good. It's all good. I lived at home till I was 26, so you good.
Yeah, at 30 years old, it's rough, but it works. But I do want to eventually try to get out by myself and see what I can do in life now that I'm starting to get more stable. Like I said, at one point, I couldn't even go in a restaurant, a store, or anything without my mom at like 27 years old. It was embarrassing. And my doctor she stuck through with me on this, and she's done an excellent job. It was rough though for a long time because, like I said, everyone just kept saying ADHD, which like my doctor that I got now does say. She's like, I do believe you do have ADHD too. Mm-hmm. She's like, but there was definitely underlying issues that was not getting treated. And she's like, but once again, like I said earlier, she's like, it's hard to treat that stuff at young ages because there's no medicines really approved for that young of an age.
Yeah.
And it was rough. But I think I've progressed a lot in my life. I got two really close friends that have been major help to me, that are very supportive of me. If I call them, it doesn't matter what time. If they're awake or they hear the phone ring and they answer it, they're what I call true friends and a great support system that I think everyone needs.
That's amazing. And look in the chat. There's a lot of people that love you, a lot of people that are supporting you, and I want you to understand that there's no shame in, like, you're heading in the right direction. There's no shame living at home. There's no shame with anything that's going on. In fact, you should be proud of yourself because you've taken the initiative. Like, you come on these live streams, you're trying to learn, you're going to your doctor. Like, you're doing a really good job.
Yeah, I have put a lot of effort into it. It's rough at sometimes, I feel like, which I think is normal with any mental illness. You're going to have your days where you just you feel like you haven't made no progress. But those are the days I think I have to try to remind myself, and that's what my friends are good for. And even watching your videos has helped me. It's like, but you have made progress. You can't let your mind win on them days.
Yeah.
And that's my biggest problem. I still have at times. I still get really down. Another tool that I've used a lot, and I highly recommend it for anybody that's struggling, even if it's just a bad day, they're still there to chat to you just for a bad day, but is the 988 number.
Yeah.
That number has been a lifesaver for me a couple times too. Like I said, my thing is I had to find my support systems and work with it and accept it, because I was embarrassed. I was like, I don't understand what was going on and what is going on for a long time. I didn't understand why I couldn't be like everyone else.
Yeah.
And still to this day, if you're watching, like obviously everyone is, I do have a little bit of a problem making eye contact when I talk. I get nervous, and if I make eye contact,
It's all
like,
good. It happens to the best of us now.
yeah, I get extremely nervous. So that's why I'm looking around. I'm nervous, and this is a big step for me because I've never openly talked in front of a huge group about this. Although it's something me and my doctors talked about. She's like, this disorder you got is very rare, and it's not talked about. You
Yeah.
could be a huge example for other people with this disorder.
Yeah.
And I have kind of wanted to take that ambition on. Like I said, just a lot of anxiety and stuff. So, but like, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I cut you off. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. You're good.
So, somebody said they're super proud of you. I'm really proud of you because, look, confidence comes from repeated self-achievement. When you do things over and over, you're like, oh, wow, I'm a little bit better. I'm a little bit better. I'm a little bit better. And when we get good at certain things, it's not normal to just switch and try something else. And this is huge because, of course, like you got 50 people watching here, 17 people watching on TikTok, 1,000 people go back and watch the replay. So you're putting yourself out there, and you have to give yourself a lot of credit. You have to understand that this condition is fairly rare, right? Because schizophrenia affects 1% of the population. And I don't know about schizoaffective, but I would argue that it might be even.
I think it's 0.3% of the American population or something like that. I might be wrong on the population, but it's rare.
Wow. I didn't know it was 0. I didn't know that.
I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong. So don't quote me on this, y'all. But it's not very common. At first, I thought it was just bipolar. Because bipolar runs in my family, and when I started talking to my doctor, like I said, I was like, man, but I'm seeing things a lot more, and like I'm feeling things on me that ain't there, and I'm paranoid 24/7. And she's like, I think I know what's going on here.
Yeah.
And she diagnosed me, and she's like, so we're going to try some of these medicines. And when she first said antipsychotics, I was devastated because all I've heard about people on antipsychotics is that they're dangerous, and like that's what most Hollywood plays them out as.
Yeah.
But I got thinking about it. I'm like, I've never really been harmful to anyone, so that narrative can't be that true.
It's not true.
That's a big thing that I would love to be seen change in future, is how people with like these kind of illnesses are portrayed. They're not dangerous at all. In my experience, we're more harmful to ourselves than anyone. We try to help any and everybody we can, because we don't, at least in my experience, I don't ever want to see anyone sad, depressed, alone, like I have felt.
Yeah.
It's weird, and I do feel like people with these kind of illnesses get taken advantage of more because of that.
That's true. Yeah.
And it needs. I think that stigma about them being dangerous and taking advantage of people needs to be looked at a little bit more. But we'll see. I have faith in humanity. I do. It's rough sometimes, but I have faith in us.
It is rough, and I will say that is our responsibility for those of us here in LA and Hollywood, because it's the entertainment capital of the world. So like, as I understand my community more, I realize, okay, if I have a big platform, if I'm doing something with YouTube, like these are the stories that need to be told. It's a rare condition, and like you said, for people who don't know what schizoaffective disorder is, think of schizophrenia. Think of somebody who has the symptom of schizophrenia all the time, and sometimes they have bipolar symptoms, right? So it's like
Yeah.
a double whammy, right?
Yep. Yeah, or you're having more bipolar symptoms. It can swing either way in my experience. I can be having more bipolar symptoms sometimes than schizophrenia, or it just depends on the time and how my brain's a ticking that month or that day, or it's weird. But the schizophrenia is always there, like the seeing things. But it might not be as bad for a week or two, and the bipolar might show its face more. Like I might have a day where I am just full on cheerful, happy, and then the next minute I'm just distraught crying over the wall's white. I don't know. It's just, it's like, why am I upset the wall's white? It's always been white. Why am I crying about this? And it's awkward, and it makes no sense. And that's what my doctor has said to me. She's like, I know you struggle with trying to make sense of it, because I like trying to make sense of everything.
Right.
And the other thing I have struggled with, it affects your memory really bad. I don't speak very clearly. I stutter a lot.
I stutter too. It's all good.
But it's affect my memory. Like, you can tell me something, and if you ask me, like, say 30 seconds later, and I'll be like, what, you said that? I don't remember that. Which that causes some problems in the house with me and my mom, because my mom, you know, it's not that she's rough on me, but she expects things when she asks them to be done, and then I'm just in the kitchen wandering around like, what was I doing? And she's like, Kobe, what are you doing? I asked you to do dishes. Like, was it dishes or did you say laundry? I don't remember. And she gets a little frustrated because it's hard for her to understand. It's not only rough for me or anybody that's suffering, but it's rough for the people around them. That's also very important to take into consideration. It might be rough for me, but it's very rough for my mom to sit around and watch me struggle day to day. Even on good days, I have things that I struggle really bad, and it is hard on my mom, and it causes a little bit of tension because she doesn't know how to handle it. So she's going to my doctor with me every now and then to try to get help with that. But that's another thing that's very important. If anybody is struggling with this illness out there, if you live with anyone and you're having problems with the people that you live with, if you can get them in with your care and they're willing to do that to help situations, do it. It's phenomenal, because it's stressful on them too. They don't understand.
Yeah.
Your brain is processing things way different than what their brain is, and it's like that with everyone, though.
It's tough, and I'm letting you talk because I see that it's therapeutic for you to talk about it, and I'm proud of you, number one, and number two, your communication is better than you think, and that's very helpful for when you go back to your doctor and you let them know about your symptoms. And you say your memory is affected. A lot of times, what I'll see in this population is that, like, with just take bipolar for example, with every manic episode, it ages your brain a little bit. More wear and tear in the brain, more wear and tear, becomes hard to remember things. Like it puts a lot of stress on the brain, and then after you get out of the mania, it's like you see that your capacity to do certain things feels like it's limited. So that's why it's so important to be on the right medications.
Yeah, like video gaming, it's something I use to relax myself. Although sometimes, probably not the best choice. Call of Duty. Oh boy, it'll get the best of you. There's times on Call of Duty where I'm in mania and I feel like I'm the best player in the world, and then when I come off my mania, it's like, oh no, this is crap. This isn't good. Well, what's going on? so there is that balance, and it's hard to understand that with yourself. And I, like my friends, like I said, they're there for me, and they try to talk me down and stuff when I get like that. They're just like, Kobe, listen, your gameplay hasn't changed. It's just your brain is slowing down now. You're out of your mania stage. Let's take it easy on yourself. Let's not beat yourself up. And it's stuff like that means a lot. I don't know what else to say.
I'm just hearing you, and a lot of times, because I like to talk, sometimes I'm like, it's just good to just like, sometimes you just have to hear yourself just say it out, and then you can see the work that you're doing. For the people on TikTok, someone says my older brother has schizophrenia, and Honey Suki, love you, thank you. But it can be there for you to just talk about it, get your thoughts out, and understand that you have to be your biggest advocate, and you're doing that, whether it's a medication change, whether it's even whether it's calling 988. And I think somebody had a question about 988. I do believe that it is a U.S. Based resource, but
it's the United States suicide crisis hotline.
Right.
I don't know if you're allowed to say that one word on live stream. Are you?
Yeah, we're allowed, and we could drop the number in there.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't see why not. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I know sometimes they frown on certain words being said.
Yeah, I know, but like you mentioned earlier in the chat, a lot of people just deal with like suicidal thoughts is chronic, and also the act. And I mean, I actually don't know how much we could talk about suicide on here. I don't know, to be honest. But the act of suicide itself, a lot of times, is an impulsive thing for a lot of people. A lot of people don't even have a mental diagnosis. They just have the worst day ever, and they're like, and then the brain is a funny thing. You start to be like,
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes if you could just give yourself a beat, just pause, catch your breath.
Yeah.
This kind of
see, that's the other thing. Like I was going to say is with this illness, like when I get depressed or a little bit down, I do have really bad suicidal ideation. Like I've told my doctor, we've talked about it. I don't ever plan on acting. I have no plans. And like she said, she thinks it's just my way of my brain trying to say, hey, there's a way out, which is like, it's not a good idea, but it's your way of your brain trying to calm you down. It's in its own weird way. And I'm like, yeah. Like I get like that, and I just go on walks, and I call my friends and call that 988 number, and it's big help. Like I said, I've never once wanted to actually act on it, but it's something that is, I feel, very common with this illness from what I've read, is the suicidal ideation. And it's just always a good thing there to always say to yourself that you are stronger and there is a better day tomorrow. Although when you're in that mood, you don't think that. But there is always tomorrow, and things will slowly get better. That's what my friends always tell me, and they are right. That day or that week might be super, super rough, and at one end of it, I'm okay again. And it would have been a pointless end there.
Right. And also, just for anybody who feel like they struggle with suicidal thoughts in the chat, just understand it's more than likely a bad hour, a bad day, maybe even a bad week. But there's so many people out there who care about you, and when you can just take a step back and take a beat, you realize that you're loved. So Kobe, thank you so much for your time. I'm gonna bring some more folks on here. I'm finally happy that we got to finally get on this stream. So thank you so much.
Yeah, we gotta do this more often too.
I agree.
All right, because you have a good one.
I also see you talking about I want to do this more often, and as I get more organized, because the only thing not the only thing, but there's a few things that I'm good at in life. I'm good at live streams. I'm good at making the content. I know I'm good at seeing patients and like prescribing meds and mixing Zyprexa with Zoloft or whatever. And outside of that, and maybe I'm good at Madden, or I used to be good at Madden. I'm not that good anymore.
we won't talk about your Madden gameplay.
Right. I got my ass beat, man. But outside of like the things that I'm good at, I suck at everything else. So as I learn to be more organized and have my team do boom, 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 then it opens up the comedy. I'm also even getting better at that. I can open up more time to do stuff like, because this is what I want. I want to just make content and go live. Make content and go live. So that is going to be the goal, and we will figure out how to even like blast it on TikTok. It's on TikTok right now, but this is so cool, and it will be a regular thing. I can promise you that. So
yeah,
thank you so much.
You have a good night and Happy New Year's, everyone.
Happy New Year, man. Thank you.
All right. See ya.
All right, take care. That was super dope. Shout out to Kobe. Shout out to Kobe. Let's keep it going. We got LaShawn on here. Is LaShawn still on? Is LaShawn still on? Stephanie, I see you on TikTok. Happy New Year. Kenzie, what's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Yeah, I'm getting money. Oh, I hopped about the bed. LaShawn, maybe? LaShawn, if you're still on, I want to bring you on. Someone says suicidal ideation as your brain's way of trying to calm you down. That makes so much sense. Jessica, that's why we do this live stream. And my thing is, I like to hear, like, it's one thing to, where's the DSM? It's one thing to read, like, stuff in the DSM, and it's another thing to just talk to somebody who's in the middle of it. Like, I like to just hear. That's why I listen, you know? Let me see. I like this. The live panel. This is so. I keep forgetting how powerful the internet is. It's dope. Dago Mama, Stephanie, we're on StreamYard. We are on StreamYard, and I will get. Actually, let me just do this right now. I ain't gonna lie. Let me get my system to help me out with some stuff. Hey John, a couple of things real quick, not urgent. Can you send me do some research and send me a link on give me a quote on shipping a car from California to Georgia, and then also that one's not urgent, and then another one that's a bit more urgent. Can you ask Christine to help make me a graphic that will work on StreamYard? We need to update the graphics so that way, like we can see both people a little bit clearer. So the Late Night with Dr. Kojo on the top right hand side needs to be modified so we can get me and then a guest where the guest would be into like a perfect rectangular box. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Neither one of these are urgent, by the way. I got to send the old car to my brother in Georgia. So I got to ask for help. All right. So LaShawn might not be on. Maybe LaShawn went to bed. Sedera, are you still awake? Oh, that's Sedera right there. Oh, okay. All right, Sedera, are you ready? What? My neighbors just said that. Elizabeth, what's going on? What's up? No, Kobe, you did a good job. A lot of people care about you, Kobe. I appreciate you. And no, I think Kobe did a fantastic job. All the reels you do with that. Okay, all right. So Sedera is ready. All right. Matey, what's up? What's up, Matey? On TikTok. All right, so Sedera, let me autistic 30. All right, let's get you on. Actual dumpster fire. Yo, I hope you're safe out there. Please be safe. Invite. All right. I feel so empowered that I know how to do this by myself. This is crazy. Sedera, let's get you on. Sedera 17. Let's get Sedera 17 on. I'm going to update the graphics of this thing so that way, because right here, like you see the Late Night with Dr. Kojo, like I need that to be a little bit smaller, and then I want like I just need like better borders, so that way, like, it. I don't know how to explain what I'm saying, but I can make it look a little bit better. So now I know what I'm looking for. So we have to adjust just a couple of things. We can always get this thing to be better. You can have people in your waiting room and just add them when you're ready. Oh, 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 okay. All right, Savage Clark, you're right. Let me see. All right, so all right. Okay, cool. Let me try that. Let me add people in the waiting room. Uh, so I don't know how to pronounce his name right here. I'm not gonna lie, but I'll send you this link. And all right, Savage said that they can come on. Cool. Let me send it to Savage. All right. Let me see. Oh, anytime, Kobe, click on the layout and you can just remove the border. Oh, should I remove the border though, or no? I don't know, because I know I can remove the border, but I've been trying to get around it by putting myself on this side, and letting the guest be here so we can fully see the guest. So Michelle, we're just streaming. We're just kicking it, just shooting the breeze. No, I appreciate that. I forget that we can actually modify that. So thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right, we're gonna bring Sedera in here. Good. I appreciate that. I forget that we can actually modify it. So thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right. Sedera, so I can hear myself on the stream. So Sedera, 1 second. So for Kobe and whoever else was on, how did you all do the stream while like not getting it to like have the noise like ring like the echo? Like, did you have to mute what was on your phone or mute the laptop while you got on?
Hello.
Some troubleshooting. Hello.
Hi. Can everyone hear me?
I can hear you good.
Okay, because I think you might have heard the echo because I'm on my phone, but I had the my tablet up trying to follow the chat at the same time, so you might have heard yourself.
Okay. All right, cool. So and Austin had to leave the stream, and okay, all right, gotcha. And Kobe, gotcha. Okay, we are good to go. Sedera, what's going on?
Oh well, I apologize. I'm just trying to figure out how to navigate this.
It's all good. If you don't want the camera on, it's fine.
Yeah, I hope everyone can see the lovely avatar of my brother's fur child.
It's a cat, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Not
How
mine,
old is the cat?
fortunately. I'm sorry.
How old is the cat?
Oh, I'm not actually sure that it's my brother's. I'm still gonna guess around a year or so, but
Okay. Is it a new cat or no? It's an older cat.
she's younger. He just got her this year.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. So it's a new addition to the family. People are big fans of the cat. They love the cat. So the cat's super adorable.
Oh, that's great because I can't see the chat. Well, I'm just gonna grab myself a pair of headphones so I can hear you a little clearer.
Okay.
I can see the chat comments on my phone, but I can see you. So, and I can hear
I'm happy I can see. So you say you're 39 years old and you're autistic. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
All right, so I have a little bit of I mean, we all kind of have our stories. I'm trying to figure out where to plug this in.
And 1 second. So the people on TikTok, Stephanie asked, "Is StreamYard a new platform?" I don't think it's a new platform, but I'm just now learning about it. So hopefully I can master StreamYard and then figure out a way to get the TikTok comments onto like StreamYard. So I'll figure that out. But tonight I've made a lot of progress, so I'm proud of myself. All right, so there.
All right, so I guess my journey has an odd medical component, and it was pretty interesting that somebody had just mentioned this in the chat right before you brought me on.
Mm-hmm.
I am 39, woman, late in life. Well, late diagnosis, late diagnosis, autistic. So I'm going to ramble. I'm giving you a full warning, and where I guess the story starts where, as a child, I was missed because of the criteria not being precise enough, but I had the stereotypical behaviors of when they used to break autism down into different categories. I was like neon sign Asperger's autism subtype when they used to, that's what my initial diagnosis was until they changed it. But I was missed until I was 28 years old. And when I was 28, somebody on the chat had just mentioned Lyme disease causing a lot of neuropsychiatric effects in individuals. And I contracted Lyme disease, and it was also misdiagnosed. And I unfortunately suffered a brain injury in the hospital as a result of this. Wow. But through the neuropsych testing to see what kind of damage I initially incurred, they discovered like, whoa, why are all your personality metrics all strange? And they realized it was because I was reading the test literally in classic like literalism with autistic patterns. And so then they were like, we better look into this more. And then they realized, oh, you're autistic. And that explained so much, because prior to the brain injury, I was missed because it was mainly manifesting as social issues. And people wanted to say, oh, you're just emotional young girl, PMS, boys, all that. And it was like, I honestly did not know I was missing social cues and not seeing them until I was 28. And so it's like I compare it to like people saying like, well, how come you didn't know? Like, you don't know what you don't know. What seems normal to you in your brain your whole life is not how the rest of the world was. It was like, I try to explain it to my neurotypical friends, like, imagine being red-green colorblind your whole life, but nobody bothered to explain to you that this actually existed. So your whole life, like at Christmas time, you're seeing the tree one way, everybody else is seeing the tree another way, and they're getting mad at you because you don't see the tree the same way, but you don't even know you don't see the tree the same way.
Wow. Are you seeing the chat? A lot of people are saying that they can relate to what you're saying.
I can kind of see it because it's very small on my screen. Let me. It's only running, but I'm glad you can relate. And touching on the topic of relationships, which I think was in the chat a little bit before I came in.
It was.
That's where the second deep dive began, because I had a long-term serious relationship with a neurotypical individual who was fascinated because he was like, your brain works different. Let's figure this out. Unfortunately, that did not work out. In the end, it really taught me that not everybody saw the world the way I did. I was like, all these patterns and these behaviors that made absolutely no sense to me. And I thought people were just being irrational, making up funny things, doing like rituals that made no sense. Like, why do you say please? Why do you say thank you? Like, why do you smile at that one thing? It seemed hollow to me. Like, I like it a lot. I don't know if a lot of other autistic people on the chat are this way, but I like to go right to the heart of the matter. Like, I don't understand what small talk is. I don't really understand its purpose. And so being with someone who was neurotypical made me try to learn and study with like that autistic hyper focus. Like, it was like learning another language.
I've heard this so many times from patients, from friends who are late diagnosed autistic. And I'm extremely curious. And somebody said I was late diagnosed with autism at 45 last year. I've gained understanding to my life. And another person is saying it's so draining. You mask so much more when you're with a neurotypical partner. Was that your experience?
Yes, to be honest, I didn't even know what masking was because it was something I was doing so second nature. And he kept saying to me, "You're like a chameleon. You're like a chameleon. I never know what I'm going to get." And I was like, "What are you talking about?" And I did a lot of work to try to make that relationship work, but what has to happen, I realized, is I went and did a deep dive into autistic behaviors and also learning neurotypical behaviors, but there's a lot of resistance on the neurotypical end to learning autistic behaviors.
Yeah.
And so I remember saying very specifically to my partner at the time, please go on a forum. Please go on an autistic forum. I'm not manipulating you. I'm not also like socially, he used some very unpleasant words, but I'm not that either. Like, go, and I'm perceiving the world differently, I think, than you are. So go in a forum and see I'm not the only person like this. He felt like I had just dropped out of the sky and I was the only person in the world this way. And he finally went on an autistic chat room on Facebook and he's like, "Oh my God, they're all like you." I was like, these are my people. Like, and when I say autistic, I don't want to just keep it confined to autistic. Like, I like to use the term neurodivergent because I feel most comfortable around, like, neurodivergence to me can mean autistic, ADHD. Those are the two big ones that we talk about. But like mental illness falls under it. Like organic brain injury and illness, which I've also experienced, falls under it. And sometimes even trauma. Like if you were neurotypical and you experienced trauma, it rewires your brain differently. Like, and so it falls under this blanket umbrella for me of neurodivergent, but it's almost like you're finding people who speak a language that is similar to yours. Like you don't all have the same personality. You don't have all have the same interests, but you're not translating yourself perpetually. And it's a relief.
It's so, look, this is so fascinating. And like, I know I have a joke. One of the jokes that I did, it's still 2023. I was gonna say last year. One of the jokes I did a couple of months ago at the comedy club where I was talking about my favorite ex was my autistic ex. And it makes sense because like this, the way you communicate or certain things, like if I would go into a room and I'll just kind of like chill out there for like 2 hours, it wasn't an issue. Whereas if you're dating someone who's neurotypical, why are you mad at me? And when you can't communicate on a day-to-day basis, sometimes it leads to the end of that relationship. And I'm just looking in the comment section here. A lot of people relate to what you're saying, and it sparked an idea. I want to do a live stream. Like I want to have like a week where I go live every day, and we do it just like this. And I want to talk to people who are late diagnosed autistic or ADHD. And I want to hear these stories, and I want to see how people in the comment section relate to it, because your story is not unique, but I believe a lot of the frustration for you is just you and your partner and you and the people around you who don't speak your language. So you're feeling like you're like the example you gave with the red and the green Christmas tree, like you're seeing things are so much different, like the way you communicate versus how your people communicate, the ones that are around you. It's gonna make you feel like you're an oddball until you go to like an online forum and you find out that there's other people out there who don't like small talk, people who want to get to the heart of the issue. And then that might be the first time like in your life that you felt normal or like part of something, if that makes sense.
Yeah. And I started, once that happened, this was a little bit pre-pandemic, I started going into like Twitter, X, Twitter, whatever they call it now, going into neurodivergent communities. And then there was another discovery process, which was you think, oh my goodness, I've got an identity now. I've got this understanding. So everyone is going to be on the same page as me. And then that also doesn't really work out, because you meet one autistic person, you meet one neurodivergent person, you've met one neurodivergent person. We have certain patterns that we have in common. Maybe we don't have the same translation barrier in terms of nonverbal and verbal styles of communication, but we're all different people. And like, I had to also remind myself, keep that in mind, because then I tried to, interact and date exclusively in autistic and neurodivergent communities. And I realized, oh, this kind of like, it's not a presumed success just because you have this one commonality either. And so the pendulum swings the other way. And it's fascinating too, because having the brain injury in particular that I developed brought me into closer proximity to the ADHD community, because the type of injury that I incurred was mostly in my visual system and executive functioning. And before the injury, I was autistic, like, the way they portray like Oppenheimer type physicists, where like everything is in your head, everything is going, like everything is organized. You could run like the United States Postal Service from your kitchen. And then all of a sudden it was just gone overnight. And I did not know how to cope. And nobody even really understood kind of the challenges I was talking about. And then I found my way to the ADHD community, who were talking about all these strategies they came up to cope with the same types of executive dysfunction I was having. Like all of a sudden I couldn't remember things. I walked in the room, the short-term memory, the hyper focus, I started chasing dopamine. I never knew what that was before. And
I know about that.
Yeah, and I was like, I have dopamine, and it was, and I think I give the ADHD community like so much credit for figuring out all these strategies, because that's what got me back to a baseline of figuring out like, oh, here's how I have to cope. Here's a coping strategy. Here's a management strategy. And it's weird because there are probably certain people in the stream who have like co-diagnoses of ADHD and autism, and it's a weird feeling like having almost a foot in both worlds now, because they're like two sides of the same coin, but they're competing impulses at the same time. Like it's like structuring chaos for me, all happening at once.
And you're not the only one. Denise in the chat saying I'm experiencing this too, and I thank you for your transparency, because people like, we know that. And I say all the time, if you're neurodivergent, for you to truly be happy in this world, and this is one of the reasons why I believe that the suicide rate is high in the neurodivergent community, because you're trying to live in a manner that's not conducive to just who you are. You have to find a new way to live. And once you find this way, you will finally feel quote unquote normal. But two autistic people or two people with ADHD, like just because you know one person doesn't mean you know every autistic person. It's a spectrum. ADHD is also a spectrum as well. We don't really say that, but there's 3 different types of ADHD, and you see the behaviors across what I like to call a spectrum. And I like how you even talked about, even within the neurodivergent community, there's a lot of nuance. It gets really specific. And people, and as specific as you've gotten, people relate to everything that you're saying. How does it feel to say this stuff and to have people who get you and they're not like, oh, you're crazy?
Oh, it's great, because like part of now being I've been disabled by the brain injury and some comorbid immune problems that came from it. Being disabled, like I know some people will not share my view on this, but I don't ever view my neurodivergence as a disability. I view it as like part of who I am, but I have like some comorbid physical disabilities that are, like immune problems. I'm sure that the chat, if you have these things going on, feel free to sensitivities to like foods, chemicals, medicines, weird, unexplained, like multisystemic problems, like susceptibility to like colds and viruses and things, or like hypermobility. All these other things all seem to happen at the same time. And they seem to cluster more in neurodivergent communities. And so I've become disabled as a result of the sort of cluster of all those happening at the same time. And so it's it's very hard because I have to rely on others to provide some of my care. And like, let's just say like I am not like, as an autistic person, I am not like the most like socially fluid, charming, or like even like like Casanova, like seductive, like persuasive type of person. And when you have to rely on other people to get your physical needs met, it's a little harder because you're trying to read how to meet them in the middle so that you like can get a meal or you could get some food or you. And so it's no longer like an existential understanding of how to interface in society. It's like, well, if this doctor that I go to thinks I blinked at him wrong, he's going to send me to the psych ward, but actually it was a twitch in my eye. And when I go to explain it to him, he's going to think I'm a know-it-all. And then I'm going to be, like it's
Right.
a little bit dangerous in, especially like a lot of the medical community, because a lot of the medical community has not learned the translation of neurodivergent language and also the illnesses either, which is one of the big reasons I started following your channel, because you're like, I'm looking at all this with a neurodivergent perspective, from a neurodivergent perspective. And like a lot of doctors, oh my God, I could tell you stories that but
I believe you. I will say, and nothing wrong with my doctor level education from Augusta University. It was great, but just knowing about how difficult life was for me growing up, and still is, just communicating with people, like simple things, like, and it'll be something very simple that I'm trying to communicate. I really need you to do this, or else just do this for me, right? And somebody like just like tapping, or like the lights being too bright, or like having to repeat yourself over and over.
Yep.
Is extremely difficult. And me being neurodivergent, I think that's been so much more helpful to me showing up for my community, as opposed to the education that I received. Because once you have lived experience, then you take it with what you learn in the textbook. I'm like, hold up, certain things don't make sense here. And when you can have an explanation for the behaviors that you have, it's so liberating. And you're right, a lot of doctors just don't know. They're like, we just don't know because we weren't really taught this. And you need somebody to look at these things from a neurodivergent perspective. And look, I'll give you a story, like talking about dating. So what was it, last year or some time ago? Time is fuzzy. I was dating this girl who, she's a psychiatrist, right? So you think she knows this stuff, right? Okay. And I told her many times, I said, hey, like many neurodivergent people, waking up in the morning is very difficult for us. I'm not a morning person, but I've learned to become one because I have to be a functional person in the morning. I told her over and over and over and over and over again, I'm not a morning person. So it's really hard to wake me up to do anything in the morning. So if you want to do something, like we'll do afternoon or night. One day she woke me up. She tried to get me to spend time with her in the morning, right? And I couldn't wake up. I was just tired because it takes like a million people to get me up. And she stormed out. She got all upset because she's like, "Oh, you're busy, blah blah. You think you're this. You think you're famous, blah." And I'm like, I just need my mornings to myself. And that's just me trying to communicate a small need. And like that was like the thing that really like got us to break up. But it'll be like a small thing. And when you're neurodivergent, people have to understand that when I say I need X, Y, and Z, I really need that. And people don't understand that as an adult. One of the most difficult things in life is to be dependent on somebody else for something, even if it's a small thing. Like even if it's like your doctor, you don't want to offend them, like you don't want to piss them off or look at them a certain way. You know that you need them. It's not a want. Like I need this person to help me out a little bit so that I can like live life. And that's once again the communication piece is so important. And I think that we have to talk more about that because the more you can, and someone says the psychiatrist was big on projection. I think she was. No disrespect to her. You know, I hope she's doing good at UCLA. But when you cannot communicate your needs, everything will fall apart. And I have one more question for you before I bring Savage on. I want to know, you try to date a neurotypical person, didn't work. You try to date exclusively within the neurodivergent community, you realize that it's a broad spectrum. So now when it comes to dating, what's your mindset heading into 2024? Are you more so of, I need a neurotypical person, or like I need a neurodivergent person, or I don't know what I need at this point?
I think it's been quite a while for me because unfortunately about a lot of my immune conditions, the pandemic stuff, everyone has like moved on, but like I am like one of those 1% super high risk people. Like if you breathe on me, I could die. So like it's going to be a challenge, but it's one of the things that I want to try to do because I've been sitting here waiting 4 years. I'm not waiting anymore. Like, and but um, I think for me, it's one of the autistic blind spots that I have is I can't predict my own self sometimes. And so I kind of go with the flow a little bit, but I think I know the character traits in a person in general that will interface better or worse than me. And I know the character traits in a person that I tend to be more attracted to neurodivergent individuals just without if I'm not doing any kind of self-selection or anything, it just naturally happens. But I do know the character traits that are like good and bad for me, and behaviors that are good and bad for me, and what my boundaries are. So I'm kind of more like I've got that more like, you go out, you meet somebody. My biggest thing is I'm a numbers person, so like I'm like, you've got to put yourself out there. You've got to meet people. You've got to keep trying. And then because that autistic blindness sometimes doesn't let you see all the way around the corner.
Yeah.
Maybe something will surprise you. And if it like it's kind of like you're feeling and looking to see like where is a connection going to happen. But I'm not going to filter. I don't think I'm like going to necessarily filter trying, but like, because I'm pretty open-minded about like getting to know people, but I am very much more aware of what the red flags were. Like if we were talking about red green colorblind before, everyone's like, remember your red flags, and I'm like, oh my god, if we're using this metaphor, like I'm red green colorblind being autistic. So it's like, just remember your boundaries, remember your needs, and like remember your priorities. I have priorities, like my health for me is my first thing. And if somebody can't meet me there, then like they're literally endangering me. So I think, just try to go out, and it is hard. I think the biggest challenge is to, and I this would be cool to do a stream on maybe at a later point in time, but knowing when and how to drop the mask by degrees. I think if people like we always have to mask when we go out, and then when we get comfortable with somebody, I feel like one of my biggest challenges is I either don't drop the mask fast enough or I drop it too fast, and it's not in sync with the choreography of dating. And so that's something I wonder if it's different for neurotypicals versus neurodivergent people, but that's my big thing.
No, like what you said makes so much sense to me, and I'm sure people in the chat get it. Like, because we all know, like, being honest, dropping the mask too early, there could be a price for that. Like, that's just the way things are, because you feel comfortable and okay, I'm going to show them who I am, and only a select group of people can, like, deal with that, put up with it. I'm not even sure how to put it in words, but it might not be compatible with certain people's being, but it's causing you stress to have to mask. That's an absolutely amazing stream. We will have that stream. Someone says dropping the mask too fast. That's what scares people. My hubby told me, don't let them see you crazy all at once.
Yeah, that's what my ex said too. Literally, don't let all the crazy out at the same time. That's my advice to you. So yeah, we definitely have to have a stream about this.
That is all right. Thank you so much, Sadara, for coming on. I'm gonna bring Savage on, but I'm going to message my assistant, and we're gonna do a stream about this specific topic. It's been amazing talking to you. Thank you so much.
Oh, and thank you for doing this stream. I've never been online before, so like this was it. So thank you for giving me the courage to jump on.
Anytime. I really appreciate you. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too.
All right, thank you. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. I'm gonna bring Savage on really quickly, but let my assistant know. Okay. Hey John, I'm gonna do a stream on Facebook. I'm not sure if it's gonna be a stream that we do over the course of a week, multiple times, or like one specific stream. But I want to do a stream where we talk about when to stop masking, or how to stop masking, or dating for neurodivergent people and masking, something along those lines. I'm not sure what we're going to call it specifically, but I really want us to talk about this. I think it's going to bring about a lot of value to the community. So thank you so much. All right. And let me see, nursing mothers and meds. Trish, so a lot of times when women get pregnant, we may take them off of stimulants and put them back on like after they have the baby, but it depends. It's like specific. Let me bring Savage Clark in here. Savage, hello. I love your name. I already mentioned that.
Thank you.
Savage,
you did.
So smooth. Before I talk, well, actually, I've been talking too much. Let people know a little bit about you, and also I want to know your thoughts on the previous conversation that we just had.
Oh, okay. Well, first I want to say I think it's amazing the people that have come on, and it's been so much fun. Like, this is what I've been trying to do for the last year. And so like you just did it, and it like completely started my year off amazingly. Yeah. But dating masked, that's an interesting story in my relationship. So my husband and I, we've been together 15 years now. Okay. And so when we got together, I had just gotten out of the Marine Corps. I had just gotten divorced. I didn't know I had a traumatic brain injury yet. And I didn't know I was neurodivergent at that time. So we dated, we ended up getting married. I got pregnant. We're just fast forwarding. We're skipping because there's lots of big pieces. I had my traumatic brain injury, and I was getting treated for that and going through therapies for that. Was going to college, got a bachelor's degree in psychology, went and got my master's degree in psychology. Decided my first class in my last semester, I didn't want to do that anymore. I was looking at the statistics, and I thought I was going to go and help veterans. And I was like, I'm going to get stuck working social work. I don't want to do this. I've already done the high stress. I don't want to do it. So I want a completely different route. 5 years into our marriage, my husband has a bilateral pulmonary embolism and almost dies. I can't focus. I cannot focus. All of the tools that I used in the past were no longer working. So they finally medicated me for ADHD. And guess what? So much changed. Like, I could actually function and have conversations and focus on people. And I was like, holy crap, is this what it's supposed to be like? Like, this is so much easier. Fast forward a few years later, my son gets diagnosed with ADHD. Medicate him, no problem. He's doing great now. That's my oldest. And then I have a younger one, and we're talking to his doctor, his pediatrician, and we're saying, I think he might have ADHD, but there's these other things that are bothering me. Like he's 10 years old and still terrified to ride a bike, or he's afraid of trees because he thinks a branch is going to fall down and hit him. And when he was little, it was cute, but now it's like really impacting his life. And I don't know what he did or said, but he did something that prompted me. He said, well, let's get him evaluated by a neuropsychologist, which is a 2-year waiting list in the state of Wisconsin, by the way. 2 years. We are actually just getting, oh, nice balloons. Who sent balloons?
How that came up.
He's getting his evaluation done in March, but as we're doing all of this research, my husband, I've been sending him articles and sending him things, and we had been to marriage counseling and communication was an issue. And I'd be like, you can't read a room to save your soul. So the more and more we're researching, my husband goes, I think I might have autism. And I said, oh, that would make complete sense on why you walked out on our son's game. Didn't even say goodbye. You like ate your pizza and just dipped out. Everybody's like, where'd Jake go? I'm like, I don't know. They're like, he didn't even say goodbye. I was like, that's just what he does. So having that master's degree and a bachelor's degree and living with it, I never even noticed it. So we've always just kind of worked backwards in our diagnosis in our houses. And it's been a lot of fun, but it's also been stressful at times.
Yeah.
But now, like, so the masking, we didn't ever really do the unmasking thing. Like, it just kind of all fell out for us. So it's been a really interesting perspective.
So your husband has autism as well?
Yes. We've talked to his doctor, and he's like, you can get your official diagnosis. And my husband's like, why at this point? He's like, I already know. We can work on it. It's not, I don't need medication to function. It's not going to help me any. Like, he takes ADHD meds. But he's like, at this point, do I need the official diagnosis? And his doctor's like, well, if you need accommodations, then yes. And my husband's like, no, I do great work. I do fine at work, because he's so just focused. Work is his thing. And that's where he, like, that is his hyper focus. So it's been interesting in our house. We have a completely different story and perspective on things.
No, it's interesting. And, you know, going back to like what we're talking about was there earlier, I do think that, I mean, not to say that neurodivergent people should have to be with neurodivergent people, but a lot of times, maybe like early in that dating process, maybe a couple of quirks that you did or stuff that he did kind of drew you all together. And then, like, after the fact, maybe it made sense or no, or it took you apart.
So, our relationship was, according to our marriage counselor, was done completely backwards, and there's no way we should still be married at this point by the books. And my husband and I, we laugh about it all the time. I mean, we've actually had marriage counselors that are like, why don't you come back when you guys are more focused on this? But really what it was for us, our relationship started out 1000% physical. That's what it was. It started out completely physical. He sucked at communication, couldn't read a room. We could go play pool. We would go have fun drinking. We both loved karaoke, things like that. But other than that, we didn't really have a lot in common. Sports. We like sports.
Physical in terms of like doing the Mickey Ficky?
Uh-huh. Like, as soon as you walked in the door, the clothes were flying. Like, that's just how it was from day one. And so when you go to marriage counseling and they're like, so how did you guys, what did you guys have in common when you started dating? And we're like, and you tell, and my husband, he's very like, it was just sex. It was just the sex. It was great. So like, and they're like, that's not why you get, like, that's not how you stay together. So everything we do kind of breaks the mold as far as what they typically say should work. And so 15 years later, we're still together and we're fine. I think once I realized his lack of communication wasn't a lack of interest, and it was just an inability to communicate the same way I did, it really changed how we communicated together. And
That's
it
a
really
bar.
took for me to be open and considerate, because I'm one of those people that I have to talk about it right now and we have to solve it right now. And
Right.
he has to absorb it and he needs time to process it. So we'll say, okay, I need to talk about this right now. I understand that this is how I'm feeling. I'm not expecting you to respond, but I do want us to revisit this by the end of the day tomorrow, or by the end of the day today, or something like that. Like, we have to communicate when we're going to actually communicate about the issue again. Otherwise, it won't ever happen.
That's a bar right there. You said something along the lines of his inability to communicate is not a lack of interest, but it's more so of him being unable to communicate in the way that you need to be communicated with.
Correct. So, like, our love languages and the way we communicate are 1000% polar opposites.
Oh, you realize that you could be a marriage counselor? Think about how many couples right now are like trying to like rip each other's hair out because they just don't know how to communicate in the way that the other person needs to be talked to.
Well, and it's just learning their love languages too. So, like, for me, I'm a physical touch person, and he, with autism, is definitely not. Like, hates it. Like, we have a split, like what is it called? Like a king bed that is split in the middle, split king. Like, he does not like to be cuddled at all. But for him, he is acts of service is his big love language. So I would have to remember, like, him when I drank Monster when I was in college. I would go out, my car would be started, and in Wisconsin, that's a big deal when you're freezing. And there would be a Monster sitting in there, and I'm like, oh, look, he thought ahead. That was his way of showing me he cared. And so we have to communicate that. So then, like, when I'm starting to feel like I need attention, I just say, I really just need a hug. I need to feel your affection right now. And then he'll just like, and I'm like, yeah, that's not it. He tries again.
It's such a simple thing, but but think about it. Anytime there's a breakup or divorces, it's always the small things that became a big thing, which became the thing, and then everything is over with. Oh my goodness! Like, no, this is remarkable, and the coolest thing is, like, with him being late diagnosed, I do believe that when you don't have an explanation for how people behave or how they communicate, you have to work around. So that, like you said, on paper, you probably shouldn't be married. So you have to put in a lot of work. And you've been married for 15 years. And I think I want more people who are neurodivergent and married, and more people who are just married in general, to speak about this, because, like we were talking about earlier in the stream, marriage is no joke.
It is not. So this is my second marriage. My first husband, we were only married, I think legally we were married 3 years, but when we did the math, we were only in the same country for 8 months. And that was a very toxic relationship. But that was, like I said in the past, I have a lot of childhood trauma. I didn't know that was a toxic relationship, because that's the type of relation, like, that's how my whole family unit was. So that was very normal. And then, so, I mean, I'm not saying that all relationships will work.
Right.
It's just, if it's not, so, like, I had a conversation with some girlfriends. We had our kids at a tournament, and we were talking, and one woman was saying, my husband's a great husband. He's a great man. We don't connect on the same level. And it's not that I want to be with somebody else, but I'm not getting my needs met. And so then I really started thinking about, like, I'm in the same boat. My husband is a phenomenal husband. He's a great dad. So what can we do to make those small changes? I mean, and if in the end those changes, the other thing is he really had to be willing to do that same work. And he was willing to do it because he does love me and he does care about me. And so it kind of goes, it goes both ways. It goes both ways, and you both have to be willing to put in the work. Yeah. And as long as it's not toxic and it's not dangerous, I think it is possible. People just have to try and buckle down and do the work, and have to learn how to communicate without being so defensive and upset right off of the bat.
Yeah. And everything you said is golden. Like on your end, you have to be willing to put your pride and say, okay, all right, I'm not getting this. I have to speak up for myself. But you can speak up, you can scream to the Empire State Building if the other person is like, nah, it won't work.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do about it.
Exactly. And I mean, and my husband, like, like, I tried the stay-at-home mom thing. It ain't for me. Like that. And my mother-in-law used to give me so much crap for being like, I'm a horrible stay-at-home mom. But that's okay, because that's not what's good for me, and it's not what's good for my kids. But I do much better working. So I have to work. So like my personal brand, this is what I was trying to build, was a community where we can talk about this stuff and grow together and learn, because I still have a lot to learn about me personally. And I mean, there's things like I didn't even realize that I don't even really like the color blue. And it was like my favorite color on everything. And I'm like, actually, I kind of like green better. But that's just because I never was able to choose my own things with the way I was raised. And so like I'm learning who I am now that my kids are halfway grown. I'm just starting to figure it out. But it's a lot of fun. But I mean, like, I have the personal brand, and I have a government software company that I'm starting, and I always have to have my hands in multiple pots.
Yeah.
And so that was frustrating for him at the beginning, but now he understands, and now we just block off time. I mean, he's like, okay, we need this time for us to like have family time, or we do Sunday night movie night with our kids and things like that. Otherwise, the time just is gone.
I'm happy you mentioned that, because that's something that I've realized. If you're neurodivergent, especially ADHD, in a relationship, you need to plan stuff out. Oh, we're going to watch The Waterboy on this day. We're going to do this. Because if not, time just escapes you, you know?
Exactly.
And I do want to know about your business. I want you to shout that out and put the links here.
Sure.
But before you do that, I want to
I see Trisha saying, what if one doesn't want to do the work? Trish, if one doesn't want to do the work, it's going to be really hard to make it work. Like if it's got to be a two-way street. And that was one of the things when I started doing therapy and counseling. My counselor, and I never even thought about this, but my therapist said to me, okay, when you two got together, you were two people. You were two different people. You started going on this growth journey, and you never asked him if he wanted to go along on that journey. So you're doing all of this changing. Does he even want to change? What if he's okay with where he's at? And I was like, oh, shit, I never even thought about that. Like, this is a conversation we need to have. And so we had to have the conversation of like, I'm doing this personal growth because it's better for me and our children. This is what I'm going to do. Do you want to do this, or is this not something you want to do? And we had to have a long, in-depth conversation about that, because it really does, like, one person can grow and change, but if the other person doesn't want to go along for the ride, you have to decide at that point if you guys want to separate or if you want to live in that new dynamic. You have to figure out that homeostasis and how it's going to balance out. And so it really just depends on the person and the couple.
Right, but you need both people pulling their weight. I think Chris Rock says it's really difficult for one person to move a couch, but two people can move it really easy. If the other person just doesn't do the part, if it's Trisha asked that question, it won't. It's not. If they're adamant on I'm good, it's not gonna work out.
It's not, and it's okay. It's okay. It's not gonna work out. Like it sucks and it hurts, but it's okay.
Yeah.
Like, trust me, you'll be happier just to cut that.
Right. I will say
in
that.
the long run.
I want to get your opinion on this. Sadara is loving your energy. You were watching as she was talking, and
are you asking about the unfeminine?
Yeah. I want to know your thoughts on this.
So actually, when I was in college, I took a human sexuality class to fill one of my psychology credits, and I got into the argument with a professor about the same exact thing. Because we do get told as a neurodivergent, or just females in general. This is before I knew I had any neurodivergency. that I was more masculine because I was in the Marine Corps. I knew how to change oil in a car. I could change a tire. I know how to do this. I know how to, charge a battery. And I was like, what? Why? That makes zero sense whatsoever. Zero. Like, I don't understand. So, like, if my husband is baking a cake, that makes him more feminine. Well, no, that's different. How? How is that different? Please explain. Like, I don't understand that, but I completely disagree with the fact that I am less feminine just because I know how to change a tire or because I was in the Marine Corps.
And I think sometimes people will put that label on neurodivergent woman because it's just, look, neurodivergent, like you go a different path. And if you're not used to like, oh, she's like super quiet and like, oh, and I'm
But
like,
why can't we just be strong, independent women? Why does it have to be a masculine feature? I know plenty of men that I was in the Marine Corps with that were bigger whiners than any of the females, but we didn't say they were feminine. Like, it has nothing to do with your sexuality whatsoever.
no, you're right. You're right. But they'll more than likely put the unfeminine label on the lady and say that a guy who is like whiny is just like, he's not assertive. As opposed to saying
he's just not
feminine.
yeah, like he's not, they would be like, oh, he's just weak. But then why are you saying that he's weak just because he's voicing his concerns or voicing that he doesn't
Right.
like the chicken that day? Like, it doesn't make any sense. And I don't understand why in our society and in our world, we have to put things in buckets. I think that's partially what causes the problems, and like the suicide rate in the military is extremely high. And then you put female veterans, it's even higher, and homelessness is even higher. And it's because we're trying to force people into these buckets that don't even exist. Like, I've never understood why we're trying to put people in these buckets when these buckets don't actually exist. They're made up words somebody else did 1800 years ago. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me.
And I feel like for those of us who are neurodivergent, a lot of times we don't like labels. Like, oh, it is just what it is. Like I'm like, oh yeah, it's cool. Like, it doesn't have to be or this person or this occupation. Like, it just is what it is. Like, it doesn't have to be a specific thing. And I think that's the normal way of thinking, but apparently it's not.
So our 10-year-old, when we started talking, we figured we needed to prep him about having these conversations of him having autism. And so we thought this was going to be like a huge meltdown thing, because sometimes things are with him, and it's something as simple as he forgot he had swimming lessons on a Thursday and thought it was Wednesday. And so we tell him, okay, so you're going to be doing these tests. We want to talk to you about it. And, there's a good chance they're going to say that you have autism. And he said, well, what is that? And so we started explaining to him, like, you see things differently, you process things differently. That's why your clothes feel funny. That's why you don't like wearing your shoes. And he looked at us and he goes, well, isn't everybody somewhat autistic then? And I was like, well, he kind of has a point. Like, and he just walked away, and that was the end of it. He was just like, okay, whatever. Like, he didn't even care. But if you've ever seen the show Young Sheldon, have you ever watched that show?
Not. It's a good show.
It's a spinoff off of The Big Bang Theory.
Okay. I've seen that little boy, like I see like posters around LA, but I've never seen that.
So Sheldon Cooper is the child. So Young Sheldon is the childhood of Sheldon Cooper from The Big Bang Theory. Mm-hmm. He is my son to a T, and we never put it together until like a year and a half ago.
So is the kid on that show autistic?
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
Oh.
They never come out and well, they do in one episode. They do say it in one episode, but they don't straight out come and say it. But it's a pretty funny show. It would be a good big show in the background when you're doing stuff. Yeah, it would be a good show to just have playing in the background when you need background noise.
Young Sheldon.
Yeah, you would probably enjoy it. I'm trying to.
I gotta watch it. As I was born and raised in the capital California, still to British standards. in heteronormative
40
romantic
better.
relationships. It can be difficult if you're neurodivergent and they try and put you in a box. You're just not gonna feel like you're yourself, you know.
As Pitt, she had a good, or I think it's a she. The name's kind of, you can't tell, but I would agree with you. Just laughing and being accused of flirting all the time just for being yourself is really annoying. When I was in Iraq, I actually had, this is a funny story. I had a portable DVD player, and I was sitting on a 7-ton, and we were waiting to go on a convoy to the Syrian border. And I had a master sergeant that was like 4 foot tall. I'm 5'9". This guy could fit in my cargo pocket. I could carry him around like he was this teeny tiny little thing. And people would be like, "You're flirting with him." And I was like, "What?" And they were like, "You're flirting with him." And I'm like, he's 1, old enough to be my dad, and 2, he's sitting next to me watching a DVD. Well, he shouldn't be doing that. I was like, what do you want me to tell him? Get away from me? Like, he just hopped up and sat here. Like, I don't understand. But yes, it's very true that women do get accused of it all the time. It's super
Oh,
annoying.
and I never really looked at it from that perspective because that's not something that I don't think neurodivergent guys kind of get accused of, because like the stereotypes I think are a bit harsher for the women. Like, we can be a bit more expansive and like, oh, we had an off day where it's like, oh no, she's doing this, she's not feminine, she's not doing what she's supposed to be doing, she needs to like be more ladylike,
Oh,
Can
yeah,
you
I mean,
good?
it was hard. I mean, being in the military and not knowing that, I mean, there are the double standard. It's really hard. On top of it, I was on the line. I was one of the very first lionesses. So we were the first females in the Marine Corps to be attached to grunt units, so ground units, to do search and seizures of Iraqis on the Syrian border, because of cultural differences. So there's now a TV show about us. That's not right. The TV show is not right.
Hollywood's not getting it right.
No, not even close. Like, I
What's the
watched
show
2
called?
episodes. It's called Lioness.
Lioness.
It just piloted last season, so I'm sure they're behind with the writer's strikes and everything. But it definitely was not right.
So you were actually part of like that first.
Yep. I wrote their training program, actually.
Oh,
Yep.
shoot. Mickey Ficky. That's tight.
Yeah. It used to be, if you Googled like female Marines, my picture was one of the very first ones that popped up. And then after I got injured in Iraq, I competed for the Marine Corps' Wounded Warrior Games. So most people have heard of the Invictus Games that Prince Harry started. Have you heard of that one, the Invictus Games? It was actually just in LA. But anyways, it's adaptive sports for wounded, ill, and injured military. And so we started it here in the US, and then Prince Harry came like the 3rd year it was here, and then he started one. And it's still going. So like I used to hold the record for the most medals won by a female athlete. I don't know if I still do. And then I got cancer. So then fat people don't swim well, we don't run well, we don't bounce well, we don't do anything well. So I stopped competing.
You live a dope life. And before I bring on Chi Chi, who's next, can you give us some information on like the because I see that even when I emailed you, you had like a website there.
Yeah, I do. It's Born Savage Brands, and it's basically, so a year ago, I had this guy tell me, I was at this huge fundraiser where people were paying like $100,000 a foursome to golf. And this super rich guy was like, you need to do this. You need a personal brand. You need a podcast. I'll help you. And so I was like, why would anybody want to listen to me talk? And he was like, because you have a phenomenal story and nobody's going to believe it unless they hear it. And so that's what I started doing.
Can I pause real quick? Because I saw this.
Yeah.
I think you should do stand-up. It'd be hilarious. I agree. I agree with this.
I've been told that many times.
You should do it.
Yeah, I have been told that. I've just never done it. I don't know. I don't even know where I would go in Wisconsin. Like I wouldn't be able to do it here. I'd have to go somewhere else.
open mic, drive to what's by Wisconsin, Illinois, Chicago. I don't know, like
I don't know.
Indiana.
I would be so scared. I would be like, it would be like my first live when I was by myself, and I was like, this is really awkward. People, please talk to me. And then people started chatting, and I was like, this is worse than AOL Messenger back in the day. Like, at least we were all chatting and it was slow, but it's really weird. That's why I said I don't know how you did it, because I was so uncomfortable. So I started trying to. That's how I figured out the Zoom workaround.
I'm learning on the fly, but just like I told the other person, like Austin, I think it's just a matter of starting and then like allowing yourself to be seen, which as neurodivergent people, it's hard to just be seen and be perceived, but just start. And then I guess like as you find your people, it all falls into place.
It does. It takes time. It does.
All
it's still very awkward to me. It's still very awkward to me. It's still very uncomfortable, but I'm really working on leaning into the uncomfortable. Right. I don't think what I did was phenomenal. I don't think it was extraordinary. To me, I was just doing a job that I signed up for, that I volunteered for. And so like that is where learning that there aren't very many people that have done that, and that they do want to hear that story is really still unusual to me.
But it's the truth. It's the truth.
But when you're living the life, it's just like anything else. When you're the person living the life, you're like, I don't get it. Like I just don't understand it.
You'll never get it. And none of this, like my mom doesn't even know what I do. She's like, oh, you're people on Facebook. It doesn't make sense. I have to rely on the people around me. I'm like, oh, okay, this is happening. Time just like zooms by, and I'm like, oh, what's going on? You know.
I guess my big question would be, when you're dealing with your family and everything you're doing, how do you keep that safe boundary with your family, like to not upset them as you're doing this? Because you gotta think sometimes like things in your childhood or things that you grew up doing might be offensive to them because they didn't know any better. Or do they just can't find it, so it doesn't matter? Because my mama, she can't find it, so I just don't send her the link.
No. My parents can find it. My pastor can find it. Ex-girlfriends can. Anybody can find it. But I always tell my mom, like I tell her this quote to this day. I said, "Mom, if we love each other, we can tell each other the truth. If we love each other, we can tell each other the truth.
Right.
Like anytime we're having issue, Mom, if we love each other, we can tell each other the truth." So like when my mom says stuff that doesn't make me feel good, say, oh, Mom, I don't like this. I don't like that. Or when I come out here and talk about having ADHD, and when I asked my parents to get assessed when I was in 2nd, 3rd, 4th grade, and like, no, none of my kids have this. I'm going to pray for you. And then I was like, dang, what if I did get like meds when I was younger? Maybe I wouldn't have failed so many classes. Maybe my self-esteem wouldn't have been so low. Maybe I wouldn't have had to felt like a late bloomer or whatever. But then as I got older, I think that they did the best that they could with what they knew. And it's important to say it because other people are going through the same thing. And then as I say it, I also my mom and my dad, hey, I love y'all. Like I can say it's just my truth, but I do love you. But I also have to reiterate that because I don't know what they're gonna see online or what's gonna be taken out of context, or somebody like clip something up and then they only like send a certain part to them. But like I try and keep my door open. I'm like, hey, if you see something like this, talk to me. Like, let's talk it through because at the end of the day, we love each other. We can say the truth.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, I tell my mom, like, you did the best you could with what you had and the knowledge you had and the resources you had. And we're all parents at one time. So like we're learning as we go. And so I tell her that, but she's so offended over everything. So I just don't send her the link.
And sometimes it's like certain people, like anytime I've tried not to offend somebody and then I accidentally offend them, then I realize that, oh, I was going to offend them anyway. They were going to get mad anyway. So now I'm just on a path to really disappoint people faster. Let me just do it faster. It's going to happen anyway. Like,
I'm so stealing that. I'm going to steal that.
I'm about to just tell you the truth. You know?
That's great. We could do this all night, and I'm sure we probably should collaborate on a couple things, but I feel like you have somebody else waiting.
Yeah, I gotta get Chi on, but let me get, what was the website?
It's Born Savage Brands.
Born
So it's on
Savage
Facebook. Yeah, I have a
Brand.
website.com.
So it's just bornsavagebrands.com.
Yep.
Born Savage Brands.
Brands.com. And we do something similar to this twice a week. We do one in the evening and we do one in the morning. So I do like a coffee chat and then I do a cocktail hour at night, just for people to talk and vent and bounce ideas off of each other. And our last conversation went from autism to distemperament and how the distemperament shot is not for your dog's temper and it's really a disease, to architecture. Like, we were all over the place. But it was a good time. We laughed really hard.
I'll have to pop into one of those. Just surprise you and pop into one of those. I like what you're doing. No, you're doing a great job.
Attendance has been low over the holidays, but I'm usually there. The next one, I'll be there, but I'll just be out of surgery, so it could be really interesting.
Okay. No, I will pop up on one. You're doing a good job. Thank you so much.
All right. I'll email you again later.
Okay, for sure.
All right. Bye. Thank you. Good night, guys.
All right. Okay, so now we're gonna bring Chi on. It's Cheers. We didn't even have a water break. Make you ficky. All right, water break, y'all. So the word's already in there. Cheers, y'all. Cheers. I've been drinking water the whole time, but we haven't had a water break. Cheers. And then water break. I'm gonna bring Chi on, and then we'll do like a little countdown because it'll be 2024 here in California. Cheers. Kobe, we should have had a water break. Oh, my dog is back home. I took my dog back to Georgia. You know, my family was homesick. My family wanted to see my dog, so I guess my dog was homesick. So I'll bring my dog back to LA soon. All right. So before we get Chi on here, 1 second. Let me see. I'm trying to. How do I was trying to like put the little taking a break screen because I have to go pee. I don't know how to put the little I don't know how to do the screen that says taking a break. So 1 second, I'm gonna mute this and I'm gonna go pee real quick because I think it's gonna be weird if y'all are like listen to me pee and I'm like this is gonna be weird. So 1 second, let me go pee and then it's on the right. All right, I'm gonna pee myself. All right, so Chi, give me 1 second. I'm about to go urinate. I'll be right back. All right, back. I see Austin saying that they're gonna get ready for the work week. Okay. All right, but we got Chi real quick. Chi, is
Hello?
that you?
Hello, it's me. Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah,
Hello?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah,
Uh,
I changed my name to Hopes a lot or Hops a lot.
one more time.
Oh, you know what? Let me take this off. One sec. Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, that's much better. I can hear you so much better now.
I bought these Bose headphones. They're a problem.
Mhm.
They never work when I'm talking to other people. But anyway, yeah, I just changed my username, so that's why it's different.
So it's
But
hops a lot. How
mhm,
would you want me to address you?
you call me Hops a lot because I hop a lot of times when I'm talking.
Hops a lot. Hops a lot. All right, hops a lot. Talk to
Mhm.
me. Tell me a little bit about yourself and what were your thoughts tonight?
So I like because I'm undiagnosed. I'm pretty sure I have it. Like I've noticed. Well, let me tell you about myself. So
Okay.
I'm young. I'm 24. I'm African American, and I'm an accountant, right? So I'm working in my career, right? And I've just noticed like I'm really different than everybody else. And like normally I did like people would call me weird, but I'm just thinking, oh, that's just bully stuff. That's what bullies do, ill. But as I'm working, I'm just like, okay, like I just notice how different I am.
Hmm.
And I'm pretty sure I have ADHD.
Okay.
So yeah, it is just like, like I kind of surround myself like a lot of people who are my friends. My boyfriend, he has ADD,
Okay.
which is a type of ADHD. So I'm just noticing, I'm like, oh my God. Because usually people flock together who notice that they're neurodivergent. With me, I'm just friends with everybody, or I try to be. I kind of let people come to me. And so I'm like, oh my God, I think I have it, which I'm fine with. But I've been recently studying for my CPA exams, and I failed every one of them. And I know it's a hard test, but I've always, like, when I was testing, I was actually studying with other people. And I just noticed, like, I'm not getting, like, a lot of people failed, right? But
Hops
I
like,
just noticed, uh-huh.
give me 1 second.
Yeah.
So there's somebody on Twitch who is using bad language. I don't know if y'all can see it.
Oh,
I hope that it's not showing up on the StreamYard chat. Whoever you are on Twitch, I'm not able to block you, but I will block you right now. No derogatory terms. I don't care if it's directed towards me or anybody, but whoever it is with that language on Twitch, you're not allowed here. We've had almost a 3-hour live stream, and we've had all positivity. So for some reason, it's not letting me block you. Uh, so I'll keep in mind your name. I'll make sure
yeah.
I block you. I hope you have a happy new year. Sorry, hops a lot. Listeners do. I'm
I'm
sorry.
dead. But
Yeah.
yeah. So I apparently I brag a lot. But anyway. So like, like I just noticed like when I was studying for the exams, I mean I failed every one of them, right? And I'm just noticing, like I know I'm smart as heck, but when I was studying with these people, I felt like I didn't have a full deck, like it's like especially socially. Because I talk a lot, I hop around topics a lot, and people are like, oh my God, you're so quirky. But I notice other people don't act like that. And I'm like,
Mm.
oh, is it because I'm a young professional or is it because it's something else? Like, I have to stop myself from even speaking sometimes. Like, I raise my hand a lot, I talk a lot, and I have to physically stop myself. I fidget a lot. And, just things like that. I can't focus. I used to read a lot, but now I just skip over lines. Like, it's hard for me to even read now. It's like getting worse. Uh-huh.
Do you feel like you used to feel this way as a kid?
As a kid, I was one of those kids who would shove like, like paper. Like I never used folders. Like my book bag was my folder. Like I would
Mm.
just shove everything. And my mom would be like, "Why are you so messy?" And I'm like, "Look at you." But okay, but I'm like, "What do you mean?" So yeah, like I did very well at school. I actually have 3 degrees.
Oh, okay.
Technically kind of 4. So I'm bragging again. Sorry. so
Uh,
so
uh, Brag all you want. The,
so
the the person on Twitch, when I figure out how to get a moderator, will block them. So no,
yeah.
don't worry.
I'll mess that kid up real. Okay, but anyway, stop. So anyway, so yeah, things like that, and I noticed that people, especially men, especially at work, I feel like everybody can tell. And I'm like, oh, I can't curse. Like, oh heck, like, oh my God, like I feel like people know, especially in accounting where a lot of people are ADHD.
Mm,
I'm just like, oh my God, like I can see it in their eyes, and I'm like, and with the men, I think because I'm a very nice person, I talk to people, like, I overshare, but that's also kind of what you have to do in business to build relationships. So I'm trying
sometimes.
to play the game, and it's like the men, they're like, oh my God, she's flirting with me. She wants to be, she wants to do me and things like that. Like I've been harassed a lot,
Sorry to
and
hear
I've
that.
only been at this first job for like a few months. Like it's
Ah,
crazy. And I'm just like, they see that I'm weak, you know, in a way. And
yeah.
I even talked to a guy. He was like, well, they may think there's something wrong with you. And they're trying to, even older men, married men. It is. I'm like, are you fucking? I'm sorry, let me not curse. I'm like, are you for real?
You're good. Look, I'll tell you this. So, a lot of neurodivergent people, whether it's ADHD or autism, a lot of
Hmm.
times people will like. I just believe there's something about being neurodivergent where people can smell it off of you, where they sense your energy, and it does make it difficult for you to just kind of spread your wings. Like you're kind of a target a lot of times. Whether it's you've accidentally overshared something and now people know it and they have the information, they're like, gotcha. They'll hold on to it and they'll come back and spin it out when they have to you know do so to
Hmm.
utilize it so that they can have some type of power over you. Uh,
Hmm.
and and it's okay to recognize that and then make changes as needed. And even
Hmm.
without an official diagnosis, I do want to say that it's valid. Let's say you have official diagnosis of ADHD,
Hmm.
but you feel like you overshare a lot. You feel like you're not good with time management. You're not able to like read lines. Like it's hard for you to focus. It's okay to like identify with a diagnosis and start
Hmm.
acting in a way as if like okay, say, oh, I think I have ADHD. So now I'm going to start like looking at ADHD self help stuff. I think that
Hmm.
there's nothing wrong with that, especially if you live in the United States where to get a diagnosis is a privilege. Some people have to wait months to see somebody, and it's so
Hmm.
difficult. And even if you wait months, if you miss your appointment, now you're back on the wait list. So there's nothing wrong with identifying with a certain condition and taking the steps before an official diagnosis to get your life like
Hmm.
in order. And somebody saying, set firm boundaries and be clear and vocal. Do not leave anything open for interpretation. Yeah,
Hmm.
I completely agree. And you will learn this as you go on, because if you're neurodivergent, you are a target for bullying. Like I've been thinking about this for a while, and whether people are going to say, "Oh, she's flirting with me" or whatever, they're going to make it hard for you to thrive. And if the diagnosis is ADHD, I do want to say this because of how the medications work. When you get on stimulants, which is the first line treatment for ADHD,
Hmm.
what it does to your brain and the way it rearranges the chemicals in your mind, it allows you to regulate your attention. And now, for the first time ever, you like your brain is quiet. You're reading the lines, boom, boom, boom. You can steady, and it's these are the most effective medications in all of psychiatry. ADHD is the most treatable. Water went. My spit went inside my throat. It is the most treatable psychiatric condition. See,
Hmm.
I'm getting passionate about this because it's very treatable and your life can really change. It
Hmm.
can change, and as you're able to slow down and see things for as they are, then you're able to figure out, okay, yeah, I like to overshare. I like to like, be in a silly, goofy mood, but then you'll be able to sense people's energy, like, this person ain't for me.
Yeah,
Oh,
there's a lot.
I shouldn't be talking to this person. And
Hmm.
it's look, I'm being up. I have ADHD. I tell people that I'm pre-autistic. I haven't met the criteria yet. I think I'll meet it next year. But like by me having ADHD and having a good spirit and wanting to help people, of course I do this stuff
Hmm.
on social media. But I moved to Los Angeles 3 years ago, a city that's ran by people who will people will take everything from you and kick you in the dirt and
Yes.
they don't care. Within 2 months of moving to Los Angeles, I lost $20,000 just trying to help people out. I've lost, if we're being honest, I've lost $50,000
Mm,
in 3 years trying to help people. I'm just being honest, and
mhm,
money is the one thing I hate talking about on social. I hate talking about money. I hate talking about it. But there's other people out there who are going through these things, and whether
mhm,
you're losing money or you're losing something, what happens is when you have a good spirit, and especially if you have ADHD and you move fast and like you don't really like you're not thorough with things, people
mhm.
will realize, oh, I can get this from this person. I can get that from this person. And they will use you and they will take advantage of you. And when you take a step back and you see things for how they are, all of a sudden things become so clear. You're like, oh my goodness, I didn't
Mhm.
know that I was getting up this energy to where people could manipulate me. People could, it's very frustrating when you see things. And then you also realize that the people who are assholes in life, they get further in life than the nice people because
Yeah.
you can't play somebody who has boundaries. They don't care. Like, oh, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. And ADHD is an issue with regulating your attention and
Mhm,
regulating your emotions. That's really what it is. It's
mhm.
tough to regulate your attention and to regulate your emotions. So, like, I'm hearing you talk, and it seems like there's a good chance you could have it. And I'm not gonna diagnose you. I don't want to get in trouble.
Yeah.
The feds are always watching. Feds are always watching.
I was
You
like, oh
know,
my God, it's free. No, no.
but I think it's helpful to know that, like, and I say this all the time, like a self-diagnosis, it is valid. So
Mhm,
there's nothing wrong with like with ADHD. There's studies that show that if you eat a lot of processed food or synthetic food dyes, like it makes irritability worse. There's nothing
mhm.
wrong with
Yes. Mm,
to eat a certain type of way or starting to organize your life in the way that a person with ADHD would have to do, because until you solve this thing, there's going to be a ceiling on how far you can get in the corporate world. And sometimes, how old are you again? I
I'm
forgot.
24. I
24,
just
right.
graduated with my master's like a year ago.
Congratulations.
Thank
I'm
you.
proud of you. You're doing a good job. And I've been telling people this when it comes to mental health. In order for us to get to where we want to get to, there's a couple of things that we may have to like pay attention to.
Mhm,
And this issue, let's say it's ADHD, being
mhm.
able to address it head on will allow you to reach your full potential, as opposed to you, let's say you cap out at this job and you're like, oh, I hate it. You go to another job, "Ah, I hate it. Another job, like people bounce from job to job to job, sometimes relationship to relationship to relationship.
Yeah.
And you get diagnosed in your 30s, and then you're like, oh my goodness, I feel like I just kind of like wasted my life, and you have all this resentment.
Mhm.
So whatever you feel, I want you to know that it's a very valid feeling. Don't feel bad about thinking that, oh, I think I have ADHD, and sometimes parents like, oh, stop saying that you have that. No, like you might could have it, and if
Mhm.
you do have it, that's okay. And the steps that you take to put yourself in a position to win can be very, very helpful.
Yeah, I can't even talk to my mom about it because we don't have a good relationship, and I'm pretty sure she has it. Um, like I'm pretty sure she's hiding it from me. Like I'm not proud to say this, but sometimes when I would get really mad because I failed the third grade, right? And so I'm like, insecure about that. So I'll be like, "Oh, do you think I'm the R word?" Which is super bad, right? And so she would freeze up and she would kind of look away, and I'm like, "Okay, she's hiding something." I was like, "Baby." And I'm
Ah,
like, okay, okay. And I kind of think, I even asked her when I was struggling through the exams, and she was like, well, if you're slow, you're slow. And I'm like, that's not helpful to say. Like, that's crazy. So I think it's a stigma, especially in Black households, especially
yeah.
with that. And I'm just now getting help because I finally can do it with my own money. And just like with like the corporate ladder, because of the men, because I consider myself attractive. Um, like it's so hard because I have to network with these people, right? It's mostly men. And
Mm,
then if I'm nice, I'm just being myself, or if I'm not, then I'm the B word. You know what I'm saying? So it's
mm,
like, oh, why is she acting like, especially me black too, and I'm like one of the only black people. It's like, and then I'm not representing my race. Oh, I'm not playing the game. One of my male bosses that I mentioned earlier, right? He's staring at me from across the room, right? He asked me, "Oh, did your father leave you?" He would ask
Uh, uh, uh,
two
what do you say? You cut out for a second. What did he ask you?
like, "Oh, did your father leave you?" Like things like that, like kind of flirtatious, like, oh, I can see you dancing on a table because I told him, hey, I don't drink. I don't know if I can control myself. I shouldn't have said that. But I was just being personable. And he was like, oh yeah, well, I went out last night with my friends and I could see you dancing on a table. That's inappropriate, right? And so like people I
That's
notice, I'm like, oh my God, they actually use that against me. That's crazy. I'm like, especially I don't expect that from like people high up. I'm like, oh my God, some people really are monsters. And
yeah.
so like I'm just setting boundaries now, but every time I do it, it's like, oh my God, like it feels way worse. Like people get super offended because they know I'm nice. So once
Hmm.
I change, they're like, oh my God, what's going on? I'm just checking in on you. Like, what's going on? And it's crazy. It's like I can't set a boundary and I already feel like I just ruined myself at that job by like oversharing a little bit too much. But then they tell us to do that. It's really, I'm just trying to play the game, and it's
I'm not.
really hard.
I'm
Uh
not
huh.
gonna lie to you. When they say, "Oh shit," like tell us about. Sometimes when you go into these works spaces as a neurodivergent individual, the best thing to do is, like if you go play a
Hmm.
game, share like a little bit of information, like, "Oh yeah, like yeah, everything is good," and like get like there's an art to it, and
Yeah.
it's gonna sound manipulative. I know it sounds bad, but like I have mastered the art of telling a little bit of information about certain things. And of course, I have like a online presence, so people don't talk about that. That's cool, but like sometimes like you just don't know what type of energy is coming after you,
Yeah.
and you also have to realize that the people you keep around you is so important because it can be really difficult for you to see things.
Hmm.
You have to keep good people around you, and that's why. And I'm just looking through the chat right here. What SP is saying and what Savage is saying. uh, Setting boundary is not changing, is vocalizing your needs. Yeah, and it becomes hard to vocalize your needs sometimes when you don't know what you need necessarily. So whether it's your boyfriend or your friends, the people that you keep around you is so important
Hmm.
because they can see things like faster than you can see it. Like and I wish I could do some type of study with UCLA or USC. I want to
Hmm.
look at the rates of abuse for neurodivergent women, like domestic abuse, emotional abuse, narcissism, people who are being played in all kinds of different ways. Because, like I said, people can look at you and sense your spirit, and be like, this is somebody that I could use. This is somebody that I could say something inappropriate to, like
Yeah.
somebody who operates as an asshole at work. You can never
Mhm.
say like a bad thing to them because people know, oh, that she's going to HR, you know.
Oh
So like,
yeah, they do know. Trust me, I do report people.
oh, and it's good. And my thing is like nowadays is like men versus women. People hate each other, but I think that just about the men, like women have a lot that they have to improve on and
Mhm.
accountability that they can take, but there's men aren't men anymore nowadays. Like I just see guys dropping the ball. Like we have to lead by example. We cannot be saying you can't be touching on women at work. You can't be saying certain
Mhm.
things to make people feel uncomfortable. And I don't know. And as guys,
Mhm.
we need to call out other dudes. That's unacceptable. You can't make your female counterparts feel a certain type of way. That's abuse of power. There's so
Mhm.
much that needs to be changed. And like and that's why if you have a people pleasing type of
Yeah.
uh,
Mhm.
personality, the best thing to do is to recognize that
Mhm.
and then get good people around you. You have to get good people around you because for somebody like you, and I can tell you got a good energy around you, and you say you consider yourself to be attractive too. If you're conventionally attractive in a workspace, I feel like you have it harder because people are
Yeah.
gonna look to try and just test you just for whatever reason. This could want to test you just to see how they can push you around. So standing on business, like Drewski said, you gotta stand on business. But a
Mhm.
big part of that is you gotta have people around you who want to see you win. And when you wake up out of like the people pleasing type of like funk, and you take a step back and look and see what's going on, you get to really see stuff. And for me, like I'm a nice person. Like I believe in, that's how, my parents, oh, be nice, be nice, be nice. I believe in being nice. But when I took a step back and I'm like, oh my goodness, these people really had me out here in Los Angeles being nice and helping out other
Mhm.
people. And then I'm doing all this stuff. I'm stressed. So I take edibles, all this stuff. Then I start to
Mhm.
smoke, just blowing tree every night. Then it become I already have ADHD. I'm already not the most attentive person. Now I
Mhm.
can't see certain stuff. And I'm very thankful for a good friend of mine, Mike Kim. He's a comic guy here in LA. And he called me. He called me on the phone. He said, Kojo, I'm gonna tell you the truth, and I don't care. And you have to understand, in my position, people don't tell me the truth a lot because they want something from me. He
Yeah.
said, Coach, I need you to take a step back. Stop making friends. Stop throwing these parties. I'll throw these big parties in the hills, have all these people. Stop throwing parties. People
Mhm.
are abusing you. They're doing boom, boom, boom. I don't like how this person treated you. This person is taking money from you. And I'm
Mhm.
like, oh my goodness, I could not see this because maybe I wasn't keeping the people around me. And for
Yeah.
me, I'm perfectly fine. Any money I've lost is cool. Friends I've lost is cool. You have to learn the lesson. And you're 24 years old right now. You've already had a lot of BS happen, but I'm telling you right now with a lot of confidence, you're at a really, really good, you're at a really good point right now because you can stay on business and you can snuff out all of this stuff and you can prevent yourself from having a lot of pain. And I'm spending a lot of time with you right now because
Mhm.
if you have ADHD, a lot of women have to wait until their 30s to get
Oh
to get
my
diagnosed.
God. Yeah.
And no, those are the stats. So
Mhm.
imagine you being 24 right now, and you have to go through 14 more years of pain until you get diagnosed at the age of 38 because your 4-year-old son went in and then he got diagnosed, and then you're like, oh well, this is how I've been my whole 20s. That's 14 years of pain, people playing you. That's 14 years of
Mhm.
abuse. 14 years of feeling like your potential hasn't been realized. And I'm seeing somebody in the chat saying 33 here got diagnosed at 32. So
Mhm.
this is the thing, and right now, this I'm getting you at a really, really good time right now.
Mhm.
I'm getting you at a really good time. And sometimes like I'm gonna think of some strategies, but one thing that can be practical is, and it might not work at work because work, like you're getting paid at work,
Mhm.
35 diagnosed at 18. Okay. Eh, To tell everybody in your life no for a month.
Mm.
Try that
Mhm.
out. Your
Mm.
mom,
Oh,
your
I
boy,
do that already.
uh, well, make it 2 months, and just small things because
Mhm.
until until like you see how people react when you say no, you don't really know who that person is because you don't know who is around you. And the neurodivergent community is an especially vulnerable
Mhm.
population. People will look to get things off of you. So if you're saying no, I think that's amazing. No, no is your new best friend. No, 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 no. I can't. I'm sorry. Oh, and as you say no more, the explanations become shorter. The first time that you put boundaries in place, it's like, oh no, I I just after a while you're like, nah, I'm good. No,
I have a
nope.
quick question.
Oh yeah, I
So
love the
am
answer.
I at my job, they like, cause I'm a first level staff, right? And I'm like, oh, like, can we set boundaries? Cause one time I did go to like an event, right? Like it's like a little work event. I went to another one before, right? And I actually got in trouble. And the lady, she was like, you're making me look bad. And I'm like, well, ma'am, I'm introverted. Like I know it seems 'cause I'm introverted, extroverted. It depends on the person. If somebody's more extroverted than me, then I kind of fall back. I'm able to switch. And
Mhm.
I'm like, I'm trying really hard, and I'm trying to pick up more on social cues and things like that, especially with office politics. And other people, they're like, oh, I skipped that event. I skipped that event, but they don't get in trouble. And so, like, I know with ADHD, like that rejection, like feeling
Mm,
like people are taking it out on you more, I feel like that's actually a reality. It's
yeah.
kind of crazy. I'm like, because I look so sweet and innocent, and it's like people want to use me to make themselves look better. And
Mm,
I'm just like, this company is a huge company. And I'm just like, you would think they, especially in accounting with ADHD, and there are a lot of accountants with ADHD, I would think they would be more accommodating. Like, yeah, I never said, oh, I have it, but I did say, yeah, I do hyper focus. That's a hint, because I really do. Like, I be gone, right? And I even work better by myself. I was even thinking about switching to tax or something, being more independent. Because I'm like, these
yeah,
people are crazy.
yeah.
Y'all got me, you got me messed up. And I actually got in trouble. And I'm like, what? So with like in the corporate world, with being neurodivergent and playing like the office politics, should I just be like, okay, I'm gonna kiss ass, or should I, because I obviously can't set boundaries, or else I'm the enemy. And I'm just like, man, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to.
So one thing real quick, you said you can't set boundaries.
Mhm.
I gotta address that part right there. You haven't been able to set boundaries at this moment, but you will do so. Because when you say you
Mhm.
can't, then sometimes your brain's like, oh, I can't do it. So
Well,
you're
a
doing
higher up told me that. A higher up told me that.
who's what higher told you what? What?
I asked because I don't care. I talk, I speak, I am very vocal, and that gets me in trouble. And so I was like, well, aren't we supposed to have boundaries? Like, I'm not taking things personally, but I want to put a boundary. Like, I don't want to be around this person right now because I could still be mad, and, I just need, time. That's a boundary. And he's like, well, you're first level here. You don't get boundaries in reality. That's not how you play the game. You got to suck it up and keep it pushing. And I'm just like, that's abusive.
No, that's exactly what it is. And people will use euphemisms to just dress up abuse. No,
Mhm.
that's
That's
abuse.
the culture.
That that's straight up abuse. And no, in the corporate world, like my heart doesn't go out to you because it's much more difficult in the corporate world to set boundaries in these situations because you're not in a position of leverage. You're not in a
Hmm.
position of leverage. And once again, when you're neurodivergent, you have to figure out what leverage do I, and look, for me, I hate playing this game. I
Hmm.
hate playing this game where I have to be like, do these people need me more than I need them? Because that's where it comes down to. Does that person need me more than I need them?
I'd be
And
ready to go. Yeah.
it's tough because now I don't, and I don't want to be like a hypocritical, but I don't put myself in main positions where like I need them more than they need me.
Hmm.
Because anytime I've been in that position, I've always been like screwed over. So now
Hmm.
like if I'm gonna work a job or whatever, something like that, like I have to make sure, okay, like can I get my hours or like do I get
Hmm.
penalized for that's why I love like inpatient work. Like go make my rounds when I can. I'm really good at I think I'm the best in the world at what I do, but sometimes
Hmm.
I'd be late. Sometimes, there's a couple of things I have to work on, but you always have to try and figure out, do they need me more than I need them? And when you're entry level,
Hmm.
unfortunately, you might need them more than they need you. So,
Hmm.
but the thing is, so is everybody at that entry level position going to be uh like just abused? And
Yeah. Yeah.
Savage says they have to allow for accommodation. Savage, she doesn't have official diagnosis at this time, and that's one of the good parts about having the diagnosis because then it's like, oh, I got this diagnosis. Boom, boom, boom. I need like
Hmm.
grade school kids with ADHD, autism. They have IEPs, 504 plans. They have accommodations to help them out. In the workplace, it's a bit different, but with a diagnosis, you do put yourself in a better position to get like these accommodations when you have a diagnosis. But what I would tell you is I hate to say this, but like I
Hmm.
want to be, and my channel is like positive and optimistic.
Yeah.
I'm dancing, I'm happy, but I want to be a little bit realistic because my thing is you're not playing, this is not a fair game. And I'm telling you to be
Hmm.
manipulative. but you may have to dance a little bit. Don't allow any abuse, anything that doesn't feel good, report it to the higher ups. And someone says you don't need one if you talk to HR. Oh, so Savage is telling me you don't need one if you talk to HR. So if you can go to HR and get a accommodation, even better. But anything that feels bad to you, speak up. But if there's anything that's you're like,
Well,
if it's a
because
smaller battle, go ahead.
because I reported, like, when I was doing my internships, I reported so many like, just for the sexual harassment, like, grabbing me, and I'm like, "Oh my god, you think I'm soft. Oh my god," and so I just so, like, with things like that, I didn't wanna keep reporting things and becoming a problem.
Well,
Like, you get what I'm saying? Like,
no, no,
it's
no, no,
like
no, I
mhm,
gotta stop you right there. If it's
mhm,
sexual harassment, you have to report that ASAP.
mhm,
So if it's sexual harassment, we have
mhm.
to report that as soon as possible. Because
Yeah,
my thing is, a lot of times when somebody like grabs at you or something like that, you're not the only person that they're grabbing. And like
yeah,
once again, there's takers and there's givers. People who are takers know who they can mess with, and that person won't say anything. They're not going to do this to like a high level executive or anything like that. They're going to do it to somebody who doesn't have a voice. That's
mhm,
why when it comes to any type of sexual assault or whatever, it's not really
mhm.
about like the act. It's about the power
Yeah,
that
the
the
power.
person
Mhm,
has over the other person. So once again, if it's sexual harassment, uh, there's no playing that game. You report the person,
mhm.
male, female, blue, red, avatar. You report them ASAP because that's
But
unacceptable.
but staring
But,
doesn't count, right? Like, if
uh,
somebody's staring at you?
uh, I don't think staring counts, but you can let somebody know
Mhm.
that you feel uncomfortable around somebody because somebody will know because somebody who grabs at you is not smart. That person's dumb. There's
You know
people who are.
what? That
Go ahead.
person, who grabbed at me, they had him at an event. They didn't even like fire him or anything or made sure he wasn't around me. And one other guy who grabbed me, right? I went to like a retreat for the company and they
Mhm.
had him on the same floor as me, a couple rooms down, in these long hallways where I could get snatched up. And I'm just like, oh my God, they really don't care. That is
Oh,
crazy.
well, if you
Hmm.
have a case, then you might be able to go to a lawyer and
Yeah.
go get a couple of M's, and then you change your life. You go to Costa Rica on vacation. Somebody has to pay for this type of stuff. And like my thing is like we have to start cracking down on this. This is unacceptable. And there's people who are going through this type of stuff all the time. And like somebody says, staring might not count, but somebody else said, "Have you asked them why they're staring at you?" Like
Well,
I
he's
think
a higher up, and he was the boss, who's like married, and asking me like, "Oh, do you don't have a father, right?" Like things like that. Um, and so like he's like staring at me across the room, and I'm like, "Oh my God, does he want to kill me?" And one time, this happened within the same like 2 days, basically. I was walking down the hallway and I felt somebody staring at me, like, like a spidey sense. I felt the murderous intent. I actually stopped walking and I just stared at him. And we just looked at each other because I'm like, is this a game? Am I about to, like, what's about, are we going to fight? Because I'm ready to fight. I can fight. So I'm looking at him and it's just super intense. And I'm like, I don't know if I could report him for this, but I could just stay away from him, you know?
I, I, the chat is helping me out here, and the more I look into this, a lawyer needs to be contacted. This is textbook sexual harassment, and like a lot of times, like right now, things are going to get very arbitrary when it comes to
Hmm.
harassment because like you have both sides. You have like maybe like a guy who's like, oh, I try to get like your number, or I try to get you like, and then a girl could say, oh, I feel harassed, and then it's like, oh, is that harassment? Maybe we don't, I don't know. But then you have this is not arbitrary. This is very clear. The evidence is like concrete, is on the table. Uh,
Hmm.
I would document every single thing that's happened to you. Uh,
Hmm.
I would get like law. I would contact the lawyer because my thing is, I can assure you You're not the only person that's going through this at that particular workplace. And I actually like the fact that you didn't even like report the say that name of the workplace. I like the fact that you're not even showing your face on this stream
Yeah,
because
because I'm gonna get caught up real quick.
yeah,
No,
no,
I wouldn't want to do that because
no,
I'm like, nah.
yeah, no, it's best to be as anonymous as possible. Because if someone say you don't have a father, right, that's a predatory type of question. Why would somebody ask that question? They're trying to see if you have a male authority figure. They're trying to see how
Yes.
they can break you down.
He even said like, are you close with your family? And I said no, and then he was like, that's typical with single parent children. And I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, because I'm thinking maybe he's like a psychology guy or something. Maybe that's just his quirk. Maybe he's neurodivergent or something. And I'm
No, no,
like, nah, he's a
no,
creep.
no, no, we can't conflate neurodivergence with
Oh
being a
yeah.
creep.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. I meant
No, no,
like
no, 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 it's
saying
all good. You
inappropriate
didn't know, but,
things.
but this person is clearly a creep. I would get, yeah, I didn't know it was like this. This is harassment, and look, you're not the only person who's going through this at this place. You're not the only person who's going through this at a workplace in general.
Mhm.
Like, and look, this happens to men and women. Like,
Yeah.
sexual harassment happens, and it's good. Like, I actually like, is it called the Me Too or whatever the movement's
Yeah.
called?
Me Too movement.
I'm more so in favor of it. I do know that there's false allegations that are said, and for the people, men or women, whoever places these false allegations to ruin people's lives, oh no, there needs to be a consequence for those people. So that's a thing. There's two sides to the coin. But when there's clear harassment like this,
Mhm.
you have to report the person, and that person needs to be held accountable for those actions. So a couple of things here.
Mhm.
Number one, I'll document every single thing. I would go to HR, report, hold these people's feet to the fire. They have to pay for this. And also, you doing this allows you to feel confident. You're asserting yourself. You're
Mhm.
you're taking your power back. I would most definitely report this to HR. If HR does not follow up with this, then that means that they're negligent and they're also complicit in the wrongdoing that's happening.
Mhm.
Because if you're not like taking it up to the next level, then are you trying to cover it up? Like what's going on? Like, you really
Yeah.
have to stay on top of people like this and say, like, what's going on? I reported on December 31st or September 17th, this thing happened. I reported on October the 2nd. I didn't hear back until November the 22nd, and now it's December 31st, and nothing has happened. Like, I would outline
Yeah, it's
every
their
single thing.
HR is really bad. They even like when I reported someone, they were like, "Oh, if he does anything to you, you would have to go to the police." I'm like, "Okay,
Well, then
like thanks."
we're going to the police. We're going to
Mhm.
the police. You're getting a lawyer. Or
Mhm.
and look,
Yeah,
also this is like emotional distress. Like, how can you go to work and like feel okay about yourself when you have to go into this toxic environment?
I
Like,
don't. It's like I have to watch even the married guys. I'm like, I don't trust anybody. The woman I don't trust either. Cause I'm like, I don't trust anybody, and I'm just trying to do my time and get out. It just, but I know I should probably do something more. But right now, I'm going through a lot personally, and I'm just like, I don't even have money for that. I'm like,
no,
oh my
no, no,
god.
no, no,
Uh-huh.
look, I'm so sorry to hear this. I'm so
Mhm.
and look, this type of thing. There's a reason why this happens to people like us. And look, and like someone saying time to find a new job. It's not as easy to find a new job, and I'm not saying that you should stick around, but I know why you're sticking around. Like, everything costs, and I had a situation. I before this last year, I just had made a video for this lawyer who I just brought him on. He's gonna be on the team full time. I'm gonna pay him every month because I for some reason I just didn't think to have a lawyer, but I had a talent agency try to rob me in broad daylight for thousands of
Mm-mm.
dollars because I
Mhm.
wasn't paying attention. I try to just focus on the brand and patience. I wasn't looking back. I wasn't paying attention, and people are trying to rob me of a lot of money in broad daylight. I'm like, hold up. And once I caught wind of it, I was extremely upset. I said, I'm going to get a lawyer. And if they try and take a single dollar, like $1 or even like 75 cents. If they come for a penny, I'm suing their ass and I'm shutting down their whole company. And like until you become
Mhm.
an asshole like that, people will try and play with you. So I do know that it's not as simple as getting a lawyer, because lawyers cost money. But
Yes.
a lot of people are saying
Mm.
this really is not a normal thing. And look, I hope we talk about this more. I hope Facebook
Well,
boosts the stream.
just one last thing. 'Cause I
Yes,
don't
ma'am.
want to take. I know it's New Year's. I don't want to take. This is major.
Oh, no, 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 no,
So
no. This is important. This is
yeah.
important.
So with this thing, right? We were at a dinner. And so the asshole guy I told you about, right? I'm talking to him, right? I'm showing him I'm not scared. I stare people down. I don't care. I do that. And so I'm staring him down, right? And then somebody yells, he's another guy. He's like, "Oh, do you remember me?" And so basically, they offer me a position in a black space. And I'm like, "Oh," and I asked other people, I'm like, "Did they offer you the same position?" And they're like, "No." And I'm like, "Is this a ploy to get me closer or something?" You understand what I'm saying, right? It's very suspicious for this random guy while I'm talking to the asshole higher up to offer me a position. Wouldn't that make you question it? Because I'm like, I don't even know you. I'm like, what? I'm like, okay, do you just want me around more? Because he's a part of it, the asshole guy. And so I'm like, oh my God, like, should I take, because I want the position. And I'm like, should I be playing the game as if like, well, it's not my fault he's attracted to me. As long as I'm not in the room alone with him, then I can use it or something, you know?
And look, to be honest, I will never
Yeah.
blame anybody who plays along with the game so that they can, remain employed, pay their bills, all that stuff in this economy. I won't blame
Mm-hmm.
anybody who sticks around. But I will say that you're not in a position right now to where you can make sound decisions at
Yes.
work because of the emotional distress. This is way too much stress for anybody to deal with, especially in a place where you work. Keep in mind, you
Mm-hmm.
spend more time at work than you do with the people at home. You're at work for
Yeah.
8 hours. You're home for
Mm-hmm.
a couple of hours to sleep, and then you have to go back to work the very next day. 40 hours a week, 160 hours in a month. You spend a lot of time at work. And the worst thing about abuse or being in a toxic situation is after you stay in it for so long, it
You get
becomes like
used to it. Yeah.
normal. So you become used to it. So like when things become a little bit better at work, you're so happy because you're
Mm-hmm.
and nobody grabbed my ass today. You know what I mean? Like as if that's like a good, like that's how things are supposed to be all the time. So you have to understand that it's really difficult for you to really make a
Mm-hmm.
rational decision, or make the decision that be in your best interest.
Yeah.
But I don't want you to judge yourself. I do think that all roads, and if you take a promotion and stick around for a little bit to get, to sort yourself out as you figure out what you want to do.
Well, it's not even like a promotion. It's more like a social thing. Because
Social
I
thing.
want to network and connect with people, and it's for black people. And I'm like, I don't want him to take this away from me. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, I actually
Yeah.
want this. And I'm like, well, I don't have to do it, but then, I kind of want it though, you know?
And there's nothing wrong with wanting it. And the reason why you want it is because it would benefit you. But I would say
Mhm.
to be as selfish as possible, act in
Yeah.
your best interest.
Mhm.
And if that's taking this thing for a little bit and dipping out, that's okay. But I do think whenever you're able to,
Yeah.
and that's up to you. But whenever you're able to, I would strongly recommend to go to HR to
Hmm.
document everything. And if you're concerned of not being taken seriously, like you're entitled to a lot,
Hmm.
because nobody should have to go through this. But a lot of people, neurodivergent or not, a lot of people are going through your same situation right
Hmm.
now. And they're not able to say a single thing because some people got kids. Some people have like aging
Hmm.
parents, or like they're in situations where they literally can't do anything. Them speaking up for themselves is going to cost them their survival, which is why
Yes. So I'm just
abuser
trying to survive. Hmm.
the abuser picked that person because they know, okay, this person won't do anything because like they need this position.
Yeah.
So whenever you're able to speak up for yourself, don't judge yourself for not being able to speak up for yourself, because that's going to make you feel like you're not in control. Do the best that you
Yeah.
can, but
Hmm.
whenever you're able to understand that this is not normal, people should not have to go through,
Hmm.
nobody man, woman, young, old, nobody should be entitled to this type of awful behavior at work. And moving forward, because at some point
Mhm.
you'll get past the situation. Moving forward, understand that the bar is supposed to be high, and that bar is just really being treated like a decent human being, and like knowing
Mhm.
that like you're not going to be manipulated. But unfortunately, there are a lot of evil people in this world who will
Downright evil. Mhm.
yeah, no, it's evil, and of course, like there's still people who are worthy of respect and attention and love, but they have to be over there, and then we have to be over here. So,
One
I mean,
last thing. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
yeah, no,
I
no,
just
no,
wanted,
go
because I
ahead.
forgot to tell you, this makes it 1,000 times worse. So when I reported the two people, one guy tried to follow me to my room, and another guy just touched my thigh. I reported them. It's so like with the asshole guy I told you about, the higher up, right? For some reason, they told him, the HR, I don't trust the HR at this point. They told him, and he was like, well, I would never do that to you. That's a red flag. That is crazy. I was like, what? And I ignored it because I'm just like, oh, maybe he's just a boomer. Maybe he doesn't. I'm giving him every excuse because I'm like, well, I want to get this experience and then leave because I don't plan to stay around that long. And I just was wondering, like, is that like crazy for him to say? Because I'm like, what man would say that? I already told him that I trusted him. Because we really vibed. And I'm like, oh, he's my mentor and things like this. And so for him to say that is kind of crazy, right? I just want somebody to confirm that for me.
And, about 35 things that have been said have been crazy. Uh, so
Yeah.
I, 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 I don't want to belabor the point. I just want to say
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
like I'm praying for you. I'm rooting for you.
Thank you.
I'm truly sorry that this is happening, and like this please take care of yourself.
I will. I
Take
will.
care of yourself. All right.
Thank you
Okay.
guys so much.
Anytime. I hope you have a happy new year,
Hmm.
and things will get better.
I am. Yeah, I hope so. or else I'll just leave. But yeah. Thank you so much.
All right. Anytime.
Bye.
All right. Bye. All right. And let me see what Matt say. Matt. Matt, so I do understand that, and like I in this community, I do want people to always voice certain things, and when it comes to things like abuse or assault, I'm still trying to figure out how we talk about these things because these are actual things that impact a lot of people, but I also want to make sure that I abide within the guidelines of the platforms that we are streaming on, Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, everywhere. I want to make sure that we're abiding by all the rules and the uh, the regulations. So uh, yeah, 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 it's tough. But as we progress in this community, like I don't know if we're gonna have a safe word or something like that because this is a stream where we're just talking about whatever. But let's say we're gonna have a stream where we talk about domestic violence or whatever. I'm gonna make sure we put trigger warnings and stuff like that because you don't know what perspective people are coming from. What's up, Amaya? What's up, Layla? What's up, everybody on TikTok? I just want to say hey to my TikTok people real quick. But you never know what perspective people are coming from, right? And I think people should, have some type of a heads up before we talk about certain topics. But the last thing I want to say about this is like abuse is not normal, y'all. There's many different types of abuse. It's not just, abuse in, the physical sense. There's emotional abuse. There's financial abuse, right? There's different types of abuse, and understand that people don't have to live that way. That's not normal. That is not normal, right? At a minimum, everybody should be respected. People should feel safe. People should feel safe going to work. Kids should feel safe going to school. Unfortunately, I live in America. A lot of times, kids aren't safe going to school. But people should feel safe. People should feel safe. All right. So just understand that we're not going to accept the minimum in 2024. We're not going to accept the minimum in any year. We're not going to accept the minimum in any year, right? Let me see what Savage says. So you might want to do sensitive topics in the Zoom or closed group so you have more control of the situation and not worry about the community standards. All right, that's definitely a good suggestion. It's a good suggestion for real. And also just by the nature of what I do, talking about mental health, there's so many different topics that you got to figure out how to navigate around. And but this is stuff that needs to be talked about, but it needs to be talked about in the proper way. So Savage, I do appreciate this. It's not a bad suggestion, not a bad suggestion at all. And I will be talking to my people at Meta, Facebook. I'll be talking to them. I have contacts at TikTok and YouTube. And we'll be talking about ways to approach these difficult topics. Because right now, with eating disorder specifically, a lot of my eating disorder content gets like blocked. And I understand eating disorders can be fatal. Eating disorders are much more serious than people think, you know? So I have to figure out how do we navigate talking about eating disorders, because I think we need to talk about it, right? But I want to make sure that I'm not taking it out of context. I want to make sure that people on the platform feel safe. You know, I want to make sure me not being taken out of context is so important. I'm like, you don't take me out of context, because I really, really, really want, like, the 12-year-old kid who's watching my video on YouTube Shorts. Like, I want them to know where I'm coming from, right? So it's going to be a very big year, 2024, for this community. And I don't want us to shy away from any topic. I don't care what it is, suicide, abuse. Let's not shy away from anything. But at the same time, we got to be smart, or at least on me, my part. Whether it's a Zoom, like Savage said, or figuring out how to navigate these topics, right? Because if the objective is to make people feel better, to help people learn, we can do that. But you might have to be a little crafty. And somebody on TikTok saying, yeah, sometimes tricky to balance boundaries with satisfying office politics. Yeah, it can be tough. But if we're talking about boundaries, boundaries are boundaries. Y'all hear that? Yeah, there have been about 3 different sirens in the past 30 minutes here in Los Angeles, which is exactly why I don't go out on New Year's Eve. This is why I said I'm going to do a live stream for those of us who are sober and we just like being like at home, you know, because I hope whoever is out there is safe. I hope whoever is out there is safe, though. But yeah, boundaries are boundaries. Whether it's at work, whether it's with your parents, whether it's with your siblings, whether it's with, you know, in a relationship, boundaries are boundaries. And they're really hard to enforce. Like, I struggle to enforce boundaries, especially with family. And anybody who is struggling to enforce boundaries, when you sit back and look at it, one of the big reasons why you're struggling to enforce the boundaries is because you're afraid to lose that person or that thing, right? That's why I struggle with boundaries with family, right? So I'm always trying to get better. And let me get some of these comments. Mary says, thank you, Kodo. I finished cleaning my room. This is a safe place for me and my kids. This is so huge for me. Mary, congratulations. I'm happy that you were able to clean your room. Congratulations. And that's the coolest part about the live stream. This is the body doubling that I talk about. Akaris, sure, ask your question. Let me see. I reported somebody. Advocate, I'm reading your comment. Sorry to hear about that. I was bad about boundaries when I was dating my professor. Trish, a lot of people do this in college. Sometimes people marry their professors. You know. I'm gonna clean my bathroom real quick and call it a night on the East Coast. Mary, Happy New Year. You got your what did Mary clean first? You cleaned your room and you cleaned the bathroom in one night. That's impressive. It's hard to clean anything. It's hard to clean anything. Let me see. When my family would not respect my boundaries, I stopped speaking with them. Advocate. Unfortunately, sometimes that's what you have to do. You got to stand on business. Hey, happy New Year, brother. All right, so Karis, if it's an eating disorder, what I'll say is, once again, like I was saying earlier, these things can be quite dangerous. The best thing to do is to seek professional help. If your family doesn't believe it, hey, trying to convince your family will take up more energy. I will take the most linear path. And actually hopeful anytime I see your comments, I'll take the most linear path to finding help. You know, and as you get professional help, and as you work on your relationship with food and your relationship with your body, I'm hopeful that things are going to get better. And the sirens. Don't be sorry. They address the matter, and we continue to work in a professional manner. Hey, advocate, I'm happy that your family was able to hear you out. Congratulations on that. I'm happy that your family was able to hear you out. Can you make it better? Trap house like Rosetta. Post a whip I'll stay through the night. All right, y'all. So let me see. Heard the sirens. Yeah, I'm telling you, Austin, I knew, and I told my family, because they're like, oh, are you going out for New Year's Eve? Like, be careful in LA. I said, look, I'm not going out. I'm not leaving the house. I came back from a comedy show late last night. I was driving on Mulholland. I don't know what you all know about Los Angeles, but Mulholland Drive is not the place to speed. It's a very dangerous area, really curvy area. At least 2 cars were flying past me on Mulholland. I said, all right, that's it. I'm old. I don't need to be going out. I'm old. My knees hurt. I'm going to stay at home all day. I'm too old. Let me see. That was a sexual harassment issue. Oh, gotcha. I hope you'll be able to talk on some things tonight that were helpful to you personally. Genevieve, yeah, this is helpful. This is definitely helpful for me. You know, like being able to feel like I'm doing something and helping out, that helps me out a lot. Fantastic way to start my 2024. That motivation is key. Brian says, no, Brian, Mulholland, no. Brian, no. Mulholland was not the place. It's not the place to speed. Nah, dude. I got friends who have lost friends, passed away, driving fast in Mulholland. You know, but no, this was super fun. And guys, look, so it's 2024 here in California. It's a brand new year. I'm looking at my phone. It says, wow, 2024. Let me look in the calendar so I can see it's real. Yeah, guys, we're in a new year, 2024. This year is going to be whatever we make of it. You know, I want all of us to understand that whatever we want to do this year, we can put our minds to it. All right. If you're watching this live stream and you can identify with what we've talked about, like if you're watching this live stream and you're neurodivergent, understand that due to the nature of your mental health condition, will it be harder for you to do certain things? Yes, more than likely. Does that mean that it has to stop you from achieving your goals? No. I'm going to get everything that I want this year. If you're watching, you're going to get everything that you want this year, right? But we have to be diligent. We have to be focused as best as we can, right? And we have to do our best to be humble when it comes to asking for help. That's probably the hardest thing to do as an adult, right? It's really hard for me to ask for help, whether it's asking my assistant to give me a graphic so I can make the show better, whether it's asking my publicist to make a phone call to help me renew my stuff at the DMV. It's just really, really difficult asking for help, right? But I always say asking for help is a sign of strength. Asking for help is a sign of strength. Asking for help is a sign of strength. Don't be afraid to ask for help this year. And also, if you're comfortable with it, as you go through issues and you ask for help and as you get better, don't be afraid to tell the people who are behind you, hey, I was feeling bad or whatever. And I had to check myself into a psych hospital and now I'm better. You're going to help out the next person who was afraid to take that leap. I had to go to a therapist, boom, boom. I had to go see marriage counseling. I was on the brink of divorce, but I had to go get some help. I feel better. That's how we can help out each other because people need people. I know the pandemic messed up a lot of things for a lot of us. We used to be more in person. I felt more connected to everything pre-pandemic. And since then, we feel kind of like detached, right? We have to get back to creating a community. And we can do that online. We can do that in our local communities, but we need each other. That's one thing that I'm realizing. It's very humbling. Like this community, I need y'all. If y'all think that I need y'all just as much as y'all need me, right? So if we can put our pride to the side and say, hey, I need help. I want to get better. What can I do for you? You can help me out. We really do need each other. 2024 is an election year. I hate these years because it becomes so like trivial and like I'm going to be not watching politics. I hate it. But I know that we are going to need each other in some capacity in 2024, right? And this year won't be perfect. 2023 was not a perfect year. There's going to be some bad stuff that happens this year. There's going to be some good stuff that happens. But we have to keep our mindset locked in. We have to lock in. And I do believe that you find what you're looking for. So if you feel like this is going to be a difficult year and everything is bad, it's going to be bad. If you feel like, no, I will succeed this year, I will get X, Y, and Z. Guess what? You're going to find it because you're looking for it, right? So I want you to surround yourself with positive people all across the board. Follow positive influences on social media. Every couple of months, we should be doing an audit. Who am I following on social media? Is this making me better? Is it making me worse? Is it making me like myself more? Is it making me not like myself more? We should be doing an audit, I would say, every 3 months. Who are you watching on social media? What types of things are you consuming? People don't realize that you can actually get PTSD by hearing about a very traumatic event or like seeing something traumatic. You don't have to experience it firsthand. This is all mental health. It's all mental health. We have to be very intentional about what we want to do. Figure out what you want to do as best as you can. Be specific. And I promise you, you can go out and get it. You can go out and get it. And Savage, I'm still in the process of finding my team is good. My team is good, but I'm always working to refine things. I'm not where I need to be, but I'm in a much better place than I was a couple of months ago. Yeah, and I'm proud of that. And I'm going to keep doing the best that I can. But it's all about the people around you. It's all about the people around you. And look, if you feel like you've been done wrong, it's all good. We all go through this phase where we feel like we're people pleasing. And at some point, we stand on business, right? But this year, we are most definitely standing on business. Do not feel bad about speaking up for your needs. Surround yourself with positive problem solvers who are open to collaboration rather than competition. This is key. I like the fact that you said problem solvers. Problems are going to come. You can either choose to focus on the solution or be like, there's a problem there. Nah, we're looking past the obstacle. We need to figure out what the solution is. Solution-oriented people. And on TikTok, Kristen says, my dog just died. I'm wondering how. Kristen, very sorry to hear about that. Very, very sorry to hear about that. And it could trigger the bipolar. I'm not sure. But understand that, once again, having good people around you, Kristen, will be very helpful. Let me see. Also, make sure you do at least one thing for yourself a week. Owl Hatch, thank you for saying this. We need to make sure that we do stuff for ourselves. We get so busy just living life. We don't do stuff for ourselves. Even if it's getting an ice cream, even if it's going out and, doing something that you don't normally do for yourself is very important. Very, very important. Also, excuse me, If you're in a relationship, be very intentional about that. You should be doing something at least every 1 to 2 weeks with your partner. It can be you can go to the park for free, but every 1 to 2 weeks, you should be doing something with your partner. Keep in mind that you pick your partner, right? You don't get to pick your siblings or your parents. You pick the person that you're in a relationship with. If you're dating somebody, that person is a priority, fortunately or unfortunately, right? Let's be much more intentional in this new year. Let's be much more intentional in this new year. Austin, I appreciate that. Like, and I feel like I say I appreciate that like a million times the live stream, but I really do appreciate it. It means a lot to me. I want you to know that. It means a lot to me. And yeah, every day let's move forward. Every day let's move forward. And I like people meeting each other and this live stream, and like this is like a common space that we come to. You start to recognize and pick up who these people are. Kaylee says, Kaylee, what about BPD on TikTok? And all right, let me talk about this right here. Austin, yeah. Any tips for ending toxic friendships and relationships? So, Cora, this is deeply personal to me because of the year that I had last year. 2023 is last year. I can say it was last year. Don't judge yourself for staying in a toxic relationship or friendship for so long. Because once you wake up, right? Once you realize, oh my gosh, this relationship is not self-serving. This friendship is not to my benefit. You're going to sit back and evaluate and figure out, how did I get in this position? Why did I stay for so long? Like, what was wrong with me? Just don't make yourself feel bad for that. You did the best you could with the information that you had. Now that we know better, we have to do better. And with a toxic friendship, let's break this up. Toxic friendships. What's up, Sammy? How you doing? Toxic friendships, and then the toxic relationships. With a toxic friendship, I feel like these sometimes hurt more. Because, if I'm dating a girl, I'm like, oh, there's a chance that we can break up. But if it's a friend that I've had for life, I'm like, I don't see that coming. So sometimes these can be a bit more jarring. But you have to understand that as an adult, or as you get older, we should be giving our friends a bit more grace, right? I don't think you should be cutting off friends quickly. Like, if your friend hasn't reply back to you, like your friend could be struggling with, work issues. They could be struggling with finances. They could be struggling with depression. They could be struggling with, grief. You don't know what they're going through. So we should be giving our adult friends a lot more grace. But when there's a documented history of, dang, this person did this to me, they did that to me, they don't feel happy for me, I can't go tell them anything. When I tell them bad news, they're happy that I'm struggling. When I tell them good news, they're sad that I'm doing well. If you have to question where you stand with somebody, that's a friendship that you need to reevaluate. If you have to question where you stand with somebody, that's a friendship that you have to reevaluate. Amber, I might play something on the guitar. We'll see. All right. I got thrown off track. But you have to evaluate that friendship. If the person is not making you better and they're making you worse, it's a sign that you may have to let them go, right? And once you know that you have to let them go, understand that anything that you let go of and you become better is addition by subtraction. It's addition by subtraction. And it's going to hurt in that moment. It's going to hurt in that moment, but you're going to feel better. So, Cora, understand that there's no shame in doing this. And I give y'all tips for my life. I'll give y'all tips for my life. In fact, I ended a friendship yesterday, the last day of the 2023. I had a friend text me. We're going back and forth. And based off of what he was saying, I don't want to get into the specifics, but based off of what he was saying, it made me feel uncomfortable. I'm like, hold up. If he's a friend, so something is not right here. It's not right here. It's not right. So I thought about it. I prayed over it for, a a day or two. Well, he texted me this a couple of days ago, and then I think he followed up with another text today. But I said, hold up, I need to pray about this and see how I feel about it. And after a couple of days, I didn't feel any different. I'm like, I have to question this person. I have to question this person's involvement in my life. So what I did, this is exactly what I did. I texted him. I said, hey, blank. When you did X, Y, and Z, it made me feel uncomfortable. I don't feel valued in this friendship. I'm going to have to separate myself, but I wish you the best. I hope you have a great 2024. Happy New Year. I sent a text message. I waited a minute or two, and then for me, I blocked the person. That's what I did. That's what I did. Straight like that. I blocked them. Early, actually hopeful. My heart hurts too. It was difficult to do that. But like, I've seen what happens when you keep toxic friendships around you. I've had to pay the heavy price emotionally, financially. Some people just take and don't give. So I'm upfront. Hey, I don't like the way you make me feel. I had a friend. I was supposed to be in his wedding. I said, hey, the way things have been, I something doesn't feel right. I'm sorry. I won't be able to make it to your wedding, but I wish you and your bride the best. Like I do love you. I want the best for you, but you gotta be there. I gotta be here. Really difficult. This is some of the hardest stuff I've ever done. How to let them know. I think a toxic relationship can be very difficult too, because when you're in a toxic relationship, love is it's very like all encompassing. That infatuation can just like grip you. When people stay in toxic relationships for much longer than they need to be in a toxic relationship, don't judge yourself. Please don't judge yourself. Just know that it took a long time for you to get to this point. And sometimes, depending on the nature of what's going on in a toxic relationship, you may have to separate yourself from that person for a while and figure out what's going on. But that direct communication can be helpful. Hey, I'm sorry, this is not going to work out. Boom, boom. And if you're afraid of retaliation, or if you don't feel safe in a certain toxic relationship, then I'll definitely have some sort of a contingency plan. Get your friends around. I don't know if there's any abuse involved, but definitely make sure that you stay safe. Stuff is really difficult. This stuff ain't easy. This stuff is not easy at all. Someone says, should you cut out people who ignore you? So it depends. If they're busy and they haven't been able to get back to you, like, you might have to give them some time. But if they're ignoring, if you feel like it's on purpose, what I would say is have a conversation. Don't just cut people off like that. Try to have a conversation and see if you can see where they're coming from. If it's a pattern that keeps happening, okay, you have to let them go. But I'm not quick to cut off people. And someone said, why block? What are you afraid of? So, advocate, hear me out on this. For me to block somebody, it means that a lot of things happened over time that, to my fault, I let slide. A lot of things happened over time. I'm like, you know what? And also, you have to look at like pros and cons. What's the pros of keeping this person around? What are the cons? Pros and cons. A lot of times when I block somebody, there's not a lot of pros. And I look at the cons. Oh, wow. Like, I have this massive platform here. 3.5 million followers on social media. I have a team of people who depend on me to eat. I have employees. I have families. I got patients. This is a big operation that's going on. My mental space is very important. Anything that weighs down on my mental is a direct threat to everything that I have going on. I have to be intentional with the people around me. I have to be extremely intentional. You can't just have certain people around you. or one bad person can ruin everything. So for me, it's a bit different. I don't know if it will work for you, but because it's my business and my brand, and I don't want y'all to just have one argument with somebody and block them. No, I actually advocate for, no pun intended, advocate. I advocate for doing your best to try and work through a situation. Hey, can we talk this out? Are we able to come to some sort of reconciliation? Like, can we talk this through? So a lot of times when I block I don't do it often, but when I block somebody, we've tried to do something and it just didn't work. I block it. I reopen that not cold up. You're replying to the chat, not me. Yeah, I was just giving my take on it. I had the issue of continuing to go back, even though my relationship is really bad. It's difficult when you get comfortable. No, Melissa, I've done this before too. It's a human thing. And you go back because you miss and you care for that person, right? You miss and you care for that person. So don't judge yourself for caring. Don't judge yourself for caring, right? Phil, who's Phil? Oh, from the UK. I was like, Phil, am I Dr. Phil? But yeah, y'all, 2024 is going to be a great year. Having trouble streaming to LinkedIn. Now you say you have trouble streaming to LinkedIn. It's been a 4-hour chat already. Oh, you got them permanently blocked? All right. You can love someone and not be with them. Yeah. And I'm telling you all, this is one of the hardest things to learn as an adult. You can love somebody and not be with them. It's tough. And I'm excited to talk about these things because, look, we're all going through these things. So what was the point of struggling and just kind of keeping it to yourself? No, like there should be some purpose to the pain. When you're struggling, when you're going through the worst depressive funk of your life, and you can put a why to it, it makes you feel a lot better. If you're going through the worst depressive funk of your life and there's no why to it, it becomes confusing. The negative voices start to take over. You're like what's going on? But when you realize, oh, I'm struggling, but there's a why to it. I can use this to help out other people. You give your pain a purpose. It becomes a catalyst for doing a lot of great things. I know 2024 is going to be the best year of my life. It's already an awesome year. Yeah, it's going to be the best year of my life because I'm taking the steps to make these uncomfortable decisions. It's hard. Sometimes you might have to let somebody go. You might cry. Even as a grown man, a grown Mickey Ficky, you might cry. But you know what you got to do. And I'm talking to y'all, but I'm also talking to myself. We know what we have to do. The doing is the hard part. You know what you got to do. And there's still a couple of things that I have to get correct myself. Some uncomfortable conversations that I haven't had with a couple of people that I need to have. That's about to come up. It hasn't happened yet. There's a time and a place for it. But we know what we got to do. Whether you want to do it, who knows? But we know what we have to do. Love and support from a healthy distance, yes. Yeah. Make the manifest every week. If you are on a journey to heal past dysfunction, you dishonor yourself by keeping dysfunction. Catherine, you're speaking facts. And also, you have to keep in mind, if you want certain things in life, right? You'll never get them if you entertain the wrong things. You want a stable and good relationship. You're not going to get there if you keep settling for situationships, right? You're bored. You need somebody to be around. All right, it's cuffing season. I'm hanging out with them. You hanging out with that person, that's preventing you from finding your actual person. Oh, you're bored. It's cold. It's cold in Minnesota. It's cold in Texas. It's cold in California. So many people are afraid to be by themselves, and that's going to hold you back. Say it. So many people are afraid to be by themselves, and sometimes you might have to stand up and say, "I'm afraid to be by myself. I'm afraid." Say it out loud. Put a name to it. You're afraid to be by yourself. You don't like the person that you are. You don't like what you see when you look in the mirror. So whoever is in front of you, you're like, "Oh, okay, I'll take this. I'll take this." You'll never be satisfied in life when you take what life is giving you. You will always want to be in a position to where you can go out and get what you want, what you need. I hope y'all heard that. I know you heard it, but I hope y'all felt that. This is coming from the heart. I want better for myself, so I want better for y'all. You can't operate from a place of fear. Nothing good comes from a place of fear. In life, you unfortunately in life, or fortunately, you get what you aim for. You get what you demand. But and look, that's the saddest thing about these toxic situations. Like if you've been living in toxic for the past 4 or 5 years, that's all you know. It's become your new normal. If you're leaving a toxic situation, a toxic relationship, you've been operating here for years. This is your baseline. So if a Mickey Ficky comes by and gives you this, you're like, "Oh my gosh, this is amazing." You really want to be up here, but somebody gave you this and you settled. And then when you heal, when you fully heal, you're like, "Hold up, I only got 40%. Why everybody else got 80, 90? I got 40%. You gotta work on yourself. You gotta work on yourself. Yeah. I like being alone a little bit too much now. 2 happy people don't make a whole person. Thank you for helping me realize that and finally being okay with just being me and by myself. It's a joy I never realized was possible to be comfortable alone. It's actually the best feeling ever. And Megan, look, this thing about life. When you want something so bad, it never comes. Think about that. Like when you chase something, it never comes. But when you don't need it, it comes. When you really want somebody around you, you're not gonna get your person. Ask anybody right now who's in like a really good relationship. Oh, did you find your person like when you were like look, no, it doesn't come like that. I mean, there's exceptions to every rule, but it doesn't work like that. Because when you're needy, your energy that you give off is not the energy that you give off when you're codependent will not help you attract the person that you would want. So you might as well just fall back. Like Fat Joe and lean back. Nothing worth doing is easy. I agree. Cora, no problem. I struggle with overstimulation, especially in public situations. Is there anything that you've seen how people? Yes. So it depends on what the sensory overload is being triggered by. If things are too loud, maybe some earmuffs or some over ear headphones that can just maybe you're not playing music, but you can just put it over your ears, or you can play some soothing music. A lot of times it's like the loud noises, or if things are too bright, some shades. Like I got some hater blockers somewhere here. Put some shades on, reducing that stimuli, and obviously you can, switch up the environment. But wherever it's causing irritation, figuring out how to help that out would be good. Bridget, somebody who loves you, a person who loves you tells you the truth. We gotta be more honest in 2024. A person who loves you tells you the truth. A person who doesn't love you will watch you walk towards a ditch. They don't care. You know, they don't care. Like, tell these people the truth. Tell these folks the truth. I want to be much more honest with this community in 2024. What's it a lie about? The truth will set you free. Free. Noise canceling headphones, fidget toys. I didn't think about that. Fidget toys. Ring earplugs. I'm not sure what that means, but I feel like that would be very helpful. Social anxiety. All right, so Crystal, with social anxiety, I think I made a video about this, but you know that you can actually compliment somebody, and that's a good way to initiate a conversation. Like, when was the last time that you were at Publix and then you told the cashier, "Nice smile," and they're like, "Oh, get away from me." It doesn't work like that. Say, "Oh, nice smile. I like your shoes." They'll be like, "Oh, hey, thanks." Complimenting somebody is an easy way to generate a conversation. And after that, when you walk away, you're like, "Oh, wow, that was one positive social interaction." Over and over. Anytime, Cora, anytime. Two people are better than one only if they can act as one. Oh, is that in relation to the relationship thing? Maybe so. All right, so let me speak on this. I don't know much about BetterHelp. I have not worked with that company specifically, so I don't want to speak on it. I only want to speak on things that I know about. I have not worked with BetterHelp. Yeah. I mean, if you ask me about CVS, I work with CVS. I enjoy CVS. They're the best pharmacy in the world. You know, they're helpful for me. Like, I actually use the Extra Care card. Like, I'm an Extra Care member for real. I do save money with CVS. Like, you know, I can talk about things that I know, but I don't want to stick my foot in my mouth. I don't know much about BetterHelp. I know it's a mental health organization or service, but I don't know much about BetterHelp. So I don't want to stick my foot in my mouth when I don't know much about it. You know, I don't know much about it. Oh my goodness, it's 4:18 on the East Coast. This is my longest live stream I've ever done. I'm proud of myself. I'm like, oh, we made it 4 hours and 12 minutes. That's super exciting. Oh my goodness. Oh, well, that will probably wrap it up for this live stream. I just want to say thank you so much to anybody who's watched any portion of this live stream. Thank you. I hope that this year is the best year possible for all of us. Thank you for spending time with me. I would not have wanted to have brought the new year in any other way. And I'm excited for all of us. Cora, I appreciate you. Austin, hey, Austin, the whole time I appreciate you. And I will I don't want to be up too late so that way it doesn't interrupt myself for tomorrow. But everybody who has questions, I will be back on live stream shortly. I'm going to get a schedule. I would love to answer all your questions, but I will be back on live stream shortly. I don't know when, maybe Monday, like today. Is it Monday or it was Monday? I don't know what day it is. But yeah, and I will have a consistent schedule for you all. So that way we know what time to show up on here and we know how to do this thing. So dang, this has been a dope live stream. Love you all. Good night. Peace.